9:30, and the Board of County Commissioners will convene. If you could please find your seats. Ensure that if you'd like to make public comment on any part of the agenda that the board will be voting on, that you submit a comment card to a member of the county staff, and a gentle reminder that any person making impertinent or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the commission shall be barred from further audience before the commission by the presiding officer unless permission to continue or again address the board is granted by a majority of the commissioners present. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, it is now 9:30. We do have what appears to be a quorum, so we'll start with a roll call and call it to order for the July 13th, 2021 Board of County Commissioners public meeting and hearing. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Bernard, Mayor Kerner,
Here.
Commissioner Marino,
Here.
Commissioner McKinley, Commissioner Sachs, here. Vice Mayor Weinroth,
Present.
Commissioner Weiss.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have 5 county commissioners present in the chambers, with 2 absent and excused due to travel from the National Association of Counties. And they will be joining us later today. We'll move now to 1B and C, invocation and pledge of allegiance, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Maria Marino. And if you'd please rise.
Thank you. If you all bow your heads, we're going to take a moment of silence, and I hope you all choose your own prayer during this time. We've lost 2 members of the Palm Beach County family. One, Linda Mazza, a longtime Solid Waste Authority manager, and also a firefighter from our Palm Beach County firefighter family. So if you would bow your heads and say a prayer in a moment of silence, we'd appreciate it. Thank you, and if we would all turn to the flag for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Marino, for the moment of silence and leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll move now to Agenda Item 2A, additions, deletions, and substitutions. Madam Administrator, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the board. On page 15, 3C11 has been deleted for further staff review. Page 45, 3X4, we have a revised summary. Page 62, CG1, we have a revised motion and summary. That concludes our additions, deletions, and substitutions.
Very good. Those items that have been deleted, revised, or amended are found on pages 15, 45, and 62. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Mayor Weinroth and seconded by Commissioner Weiss. No further comment. All in favor? All opposed? The amended agenda has been adopted 5-0. We'll move now to the consent agenda, which will be found on page 10. Would any commissioner on the board request to pull any item from the consent agenda?
Move the consent agenda, Mayor.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Weinroth, seconded by Commissioner Marino, to move the consent agenda as published and amended forward. I don't see any members of the public that want to comment, or members of the board. All in favor? All opposed? The consent agenda passes 5-0. We'll move now to agenda item 4, special presentations, which is found on page 51 of the published agenda. We're delighted today to have Dr. Alonzo, the Palm Beach County Director of the Florida Department of Health. County staff, I believe, joined by Mary Blakeney, the county's emergency manager. We're delighted and privileged to have you here today for an update on COVID-19.
There we go. Good morning, Mayor. How are you?
Good morning, Doc.
Good morning. County Administrator, great to see you. Okay, so I've missed you.
We've kind of missed you.
No, you haven't. All right, so we'll get going. I got lots of news to discuss today since I haven't been here for so long. I've tried to put the graphs so that you could see what we saw last commission meeting and then this commission meeting. So let's get going with, first of all, our national trend, which as you can see, nationally, the cases went up a little bit and then they've started to come down again. This is this little blip that started going up here, but the trend now is, they say it's going down again. And the deaths have remained going down, so that's good news. The next one is our U.S. 7-day daily positivity rate. Unfortunately, we're in the, not the real dark blue, which is a higher number, but we are in the 8 to 9.9 positivity, which, as you know, anything above 5 is community spread. So Florida, Louisiana, and Alabama, we've got a little bit of problem here, as well as Utah. And then there's no data from these for this period. They are reporting, it just we don't have it for this month, for this period. A needle today helps keep COVID away. So this is the main message being given by the CDC. And they're talking about the problem with the Delta variant. It's highly transmissible. That means it's more contagious. It continues to spread across the U.S. at a very rapid rate. The Delta now makes up more than 50% of the cases that we're seeing, of the new cases. And cases and hospitalization are on a rise in areas where there's low vaccination coverage. That makes sense. The recent weeks show that the adults ages 18 to 49 now make up 40% of the hospitalizations related to COVID. So this Delta is very, very important, and we need to continue to follow it closely. The CDC is the lead agency for the variants, and you can go on the COVID track. I have used that data source in all these slides, and this is what it looks like, okay? So this is the dark orange is the Delta, and you can see how much it's grown from just in 2 months, how much this little orange bar has grown to this point now. And it is, because it is so contagious, it's very easy to spread, especially if you're indoors and at events. This is another graph that shows you, I'm sorry, that shows you by regions. They've divided the country in regions. This is Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Kentucky, Tennessee, North and South Carolina. That's our region 4. And we have a little bit less than these other regions that have quite a bit. And you know, it just shows you. So we don't have the most Delta, but we're certainly concerned, and we have to keep following this very closely. This is the picture of Florida at our last meeting when we were here. That showed it from May through June. We had turned yellow. I was hoping that we would turn blue, that our county would turn blue to low. We were very, very close. We ran down to 2% of daily positivity rates. We were doing really, really well for a long period of time. And this is what we look like now. So you can see that the substantial have turned to high in Dade, Broward, Hardy. I'm sorry, I got 2 Hardys. Henry, no, yeah, Henry. Yep. Hardy and Hernando have turned to high. Martin County turned from yellow, from moderate to high. And almost all of this north that was all yellow has turned to high also. So very significant, and therefore we are in wide community spread now at this time with our substantial rating. This is the weekly report that we get from the state every Friday, and it basically shows the total number of new cases, the positivity rate, as you can see, 7.8, that's way above 5. So for the state overall, we definitely have community-wide spread. The deaths remain okay, and you see the people that are vaccinated and how many have completed the series, and then the age groups. The total is, for the Florida, is 58%. This is that they've received one dose. 58% have received at least one dose. Again, this number is very high because of the 65 and over having received 83%, and the 60 to 64 with 74%. So these high numbers make the total look very high. But I'll show you another graph where we actually see the rate of these folks. These are the new cases for the past 10 weeks. You can see that they have gone up, and the new case positivity for the past 10 days, again, it had gone all the way down to below community spread, and then now it has risen up above it. And this is what our counties look like. The blue numbers are what we had at our board meeting on the 8th of June. And now the new data is in red for as of 7/9. These are the dates that I have. So you can see that the people vaccinated has gone up. Miami and Broward are doing better than we are. They're at 73%. 66%, and we're at 62%. The cases, you can see, they have a great deal more positives than we have. We've maintained that ratio. The case positivity, that's the total, what we call the total positivity, 19.1. Now theirs came down. You see that? And ours is down from where it was before. Okay, but our daily positivity has gone up. And then this is the number of people vaccinated. This is for the week, as opposed to the whole cumulative. And so you see the new cases, a lot more cases in Miami, and then the daily positivity, 5.3, 5.5, and we're at 6.9. According to this is the previous week, all right? This is the Friday positivity that they give us. And then this is a very important one because this is, a lot of people like this better because it shows you how many cases per 100,000 of the population. So you can see that Miami is at a much higher number of cases per 100,000 as opposed to Broward, and then we're down at 92. So this is just so that you can see what we're looking at and how we're comparing with our neighbors to the south. This is the part where you can identify then what does it really look like in terms of the age groups. So when you see here for all ages, we're at that 58%. We've improved the percent of vaccination by 5% statewide. Okay, and then I did that for each group. So the group that has increased the most is the 12 to 19. Okay, and that's good because that means we've been vaccinating a lot of the kids before they get back to school. There's been a huge effort here in Palm Beach County led by the healthcare district. They're out at different district sites vaccinating as many children as possible. We're also vaccinating when they're coming in for their back to school vaccines and offering them the vaccine at the same time. The other numbers are about 4%, averaging about 5% between all the other age groups. So we're still vaccinating more people, but it's much, much slower than it was before. Okay, and then you can see the total positivity as well as the daily positivity, and you can see that it's really high, especially for the 12 to 19, up to 10.4%, the new case positivity, and then it goes down as you go to the 65 and over because almost all been vaccinated at about 84%. They've been vaccinated here in Palm Beach County. So this makes sense, and it just helps you also look at that cases per 100,000, where you see that the number here is the highest in the 30 to 39-year-old, and this whole group here, the ones we've been talking about all along, these are the ones that are most likely, and also the most likely to get infected. This is our Palm Beach County coverage by age group. We're measuring it. This is the population that they're giving us. And we have a little different breakdown. It's 12 to 14. We're at 17% with a completed series, and that's what really counts. That means you've been fully vaccinated, and 25% with just at least one dose. This has only gone up by 1%. So you see these first 6 all the way up to 35 to 39. It's only gone up with 1%. So it's very, very slow. We don't see the numbers we used to see before of the 1,000 in one day. We're seeing now 10, 15 people at a time. And then some of them have not increased at all, even though we are continuing to vaccinate, but it's just very, very small numbers. So in total, we've actually gone to 62% who are vaccinated, and 54% have completed their series here in Palm Beach County. And that has increased by 1%. Then we have our map, which Mary and the county so gracefully have helped us to provide this. Did you want to put the other one up, or is this? That looks much prettier. That color looks prettier. Better blues. But we see it hasn't changed very much. This is now through June, and we're still through June only capturing the 16 and above, because we didn't start vaccinating the 12 until the very end of June. So we didn't want to put that in because it would be very misleading. But we're still looking pretty much the same with Belle Glade here, Pahokee, South Bay, in the lower numbers of 25 to 39. Each one of these, if you blow it up, you can actually see the numbers for each one. And then you have your very high concentrated in the elderly communities along the island and up in Tequesta. We have our North West Palm Beach, Lake Park, Riviera Beach. We have our South Quarter, Lake Worth, Lantana, and then this section here in Delray between I-95 and US 1, right around Atlantic Avenue. So those are our spots that we're concentrating to go out and vaccinating in those areas as much as possible and trying to drum up business. This is a slide that we created. This is with our own data, and what I'm showing here, the red is starting in March of 20. When we began, we saw it starting to go up all the way up to the peak in July, that peaked here in 2020. And then it went down a little bit, and then it started going back up, and through September, then we had the holidays, and it continued to go up through December, and then finally the big peak in January of 21, right? So starting in January 21, the purple is now the numbers that we have now. We have seen a steady decrease of those cases, new cases, all the way here, especially drastically decreasing as that positivity went down below 5, all the way to 902 cases. Now, the problem is that this 902 is only for the first week in July. So we've been now averaging, we went from 50 to 60 cases per day, we're now at 300 and 900 in that first week, okay? So we're averaging around 300 per day. So if this continues and we have 900 per week, we could reach 36,000, which will be a little bit higher than what we had in June, but not as high as what we have last year in July, okay? Definitely not as high. Now, What will happen now as we get into the summer with the travel, with the holidays? Will we see a surge, or will this just continue to wave up and down based on how much vaccination we do? So we are hoping that the vaccine is going to keep this from the surge that others are predicting. Okay? So the key in all this, I also want to show you one more picture. This is our new COVID cases from July 2nd to July 8th. These are the new cases that we have weekly. And we've been running these maps. So we're starting to see, not the dark red that we were seeing before, the 24 to 60 cases in these census tracts, but we are seeing the 14 to 23 in these little darker spots. The Belle Glade, Pahokee, that whole area remains between 8 to 13 cases, so on the low end. And there are many areas that don't have enough cases to identify, so less than 6, 5 and below. So that's a good thing, because before we were all red. At one point we were all red, if you remember. So we're holding our own, but again, very concerned, and we got to keep our eye on what will happen with the travel, with the holidays, and as we go forward. So the efforts have to be on vaccination. There's no question about it. We will be done at the Mid-County Senior Center down in Lake Worth. We're going to do our last dose on the 14th of July. We're moving out to be able to go mobile and deploy our 2 mobile vans that we have at the health department. The healthcare district is doing the same thing with their mobile vans, all 3 of them. They're providing both a mobile van as well as we are also providing going to hard locations where we are invited in and we vaccinate from a specific location. We will be doing both Moderna and Pfizer vaccines with appointments and as well as walk-ins. We're promoting our website and the calendar. We're doing press releases, both the healthcare district and us. We're coordinating to make sure we don't overlap, that we're not in the same places. And we're also vaccinating children for back to school. We will also promote the COVID vaccine for 12-year-olds and older at both the DOH and the healthcare district facilities. And the Florida Department of Health has been offering $10 grocery vouchers with each vaccination. We continue to serve our Seal Brumback Health Center in Belle Glade, where we're including both vaccines as well as testing with both the PCR and the rapid test. And we're also doing the same in the Lantana Clinic at 1250 Southwind Drive in Lantana. And this is for the general public. The healthcare district is also vaccinating the public at this site. The healthcare district is vaccinating at school sites with mobile units. They're addressing the entertainment in the lower vaccinated zip codes and vaccinating their underserved populations through their federally qualified health center clinics. Our biggest distribution of vaccines has been helping community partners who need vaccine to vaccinate either their own patients or their group of clients or staff. So we're happy to go out to businesses to help them vaccinate their staff. We want to make sure that anybody that wants a vaccine in Palm Beach County can get one. We need everyone's help to do this. So please, as a community, let's do everything that we possibly can to make this happen. We got to get the word out to vaccinate, vaccinate, vaccinate. We want to hear from community faith-based, the leaders, any grassroots groups that are getting together, students or even businesses, small or large. They can help us connect with the folks that they want to get vaccinated, who have not had the opportunity or we're still hedging to do it. Let's see if we can convince them to go ahead and get vaccinated. And maybe they just haven't been able to have the availability of having the vaccine because they're working and they can't get out. So we're happy to go to the businesses and do that. We also want to rally your constituents, your HOAs, sports clubs, any group who wants to know more about the COVID vaccine. We're happy to go out and do lectures. I've got a setup at one of the major hotels in Palm Beach. They want to vaccinate more of their staff so that people that are coming for vacation can feel safe, and they want to be able to say that their staff has at least 70% vaccination rate. And we will set up these learning or listening sessions. We're happy to do that. You can call the DOH at 561-625-5180. I've told them they may get calls today. Any group that wants us to come and help them to submit requests for vaccinations, or you can go to our DOH website, which is right here in blue, pbchd.com. That's the health department website, Palm Beach County Health Department. That's what those initials stand for, pbchd.com. And look under immunizations, and you'll see where you can set up for request. The healthcare district has a site under their organization, Healthcare District Palm Beach County, is hcdpbc.org. You can see how similar those two names are. And that's okay. If you get the wrong one, we'll do it anyway. And they're under the mobile clinic and community event request. If you click under there, they have a form that fills out, and you put in your name and your address, your email, and they will be able to make those requests for you. So that's it. We want to vaccinate. That's the only way we can keep this COVID down and keep people safe so that it doesn't get to the big surge that we had last time. And we avoid, therefore, those hospitals surges that we don't want to see. I'll give it over to Mary.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Alonso. We'll move now to our emergency manager, Mary Blakeney.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Baker. I'm presenting to you the COVID Restart CPR program. You all have continued to receive the matrix, but as a point of clarification, as of June 3rd, the state is no longer collecting a majority of the data that we were previously presenting to you all within our update. So the remaining data available to us is what we'll be presenting today. The upper right-hand graph shows the overall positivity rate, which had been decreasing for the previous 9 weeks. Currently, we're at 15.9%. The lower left-hand graph indicates the positivity rate over the last 4 weeks of testing. As we continue to look at the positivity rate, the graph on the upper right shows the daily lab positivity rate since last July. The lower left-hand graph shows our daily lab positivity rate this week averaging at 6.9%, which is above the targeted 5% that Dr. Alonso mentioned in her report. This is the first week our weekly lab positivity rate has been above 5% since May 4th. The graph in the upper right corner shows that our COVID-19 related deaths remain stable. We did see a slight increase in the number of deaths when the state reporting system changed at the beginning of June. Our current death rate currently stands at 2.44%. Palm Beach County Fire Rescue still continues to do a random sample of people with COVID-like symptoms who call 911. These individuals are listed as med alerts. We can see by the chart in the lower left-hand corner that med alerts have increased. This past week, the average was more than 3 patients a day. With the emphasis on encouraging residents to get vaccinated, we continue working with our Public Affairs Department to provide a list of resources on our county website where residents can go for testing and vaccines. It's easily accessible at pbcgov.org. In addition to the Health Department and the Healthcare District sites, there's a lot of information on this site we encourage residents to be aware of. So although our community response to vaccines has slowed over the past few weeks, we have vaccinated over 811,000 people in Palm Beach County, which represents 62% of our population that's 12 years of age or older. We continue to encourage people to get vaccinating while still wearing masks, washing hands, and watching our distance. That concludes my report.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Emergency Manager. We'll now turn to questions from members of the board. We'll start with Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you both for your excellent reporting. And this is very troubling to hear this going on after so much good work being done in the community. I wonder, Dr. Alonso, one of the things, and this is anecdotally that I heard through from a constituent, folks wanting to get tested that may not be non-documented people, and with the sites, the public sites being closed down now, and there seems to have been or is potentially an issue with people knowing where to get tested, for free, that they don't have insurance and those kinds of things. Can you address that?
The testing continues to be free at most of the, I don't want to call out the names, but CVS, Walgreens, Walmart, I mean, these places are still testing for free at no
But don't you need to be
cost.
documented and have the proper ID in order to get
Yes, the
that?
problem is that sometimes they get asked for the insurance because they will bill the insurance for the administrative cost. And sometimes when a person gets asked and they're undocumented, or they even fear that they may get asked, they will not go. So for that reason, we have continued to test. Now we're testing the public at the Lantana site as well as in Belle Glade. And the healthcare district is also testing. So we're testing our patients, we're testing them in our clinics, and we have the sites in Lantana and these other places. Now, we can also set up testing for specific events if they want testing at a site, okay? So we're trying to work that very much on a one-on-one basis. When they call us, if they have any doubts, we can take them at those sites that we have.
Well, my concern is, because of this, is that there's a large underreporting of what is actually happening in our area because people are not getting tests. I know our testing numbers are still relatively, I think, what is it, about 7,000 or so, but it's not, with this uptick in cases that we're seeing, I also fear that there is a large number of people not knowing where and how. In this case, this was somebody who ended up, we got them over, I think, to Found Care to get tested, but they live in a household with 7 other people.
Sure.
And and by the time they got tested and found out, everybody else had been exposed.
And that's one of the disparities that we have seen that this pandemic has actually highlighted, is that many of the folks that are working in our establishments, in our restaurants, in our hotels, don't have access to medical care. And that's the bottom line. And they're afraid even to go where it's free because they're afraid of being asked for documentation, unfortunately. So we have been very attuned to that, and we're encouraging them. We're speaking to all these different minority groups. We're giving them lectures. We're talking. I have a gig set up where I'll be speaking Spanish, Creole, and English, I think. I'll try to speak English. And so it's very, very important to communicate with these communities, communicate with the community leaders so that they know how to help them and how to get them through to those issues.
One of the other concerns I have is our State Department of Health and their messaging or lack thereof of information regarding the vaccinations. I recently traveled on county business out of state and saw what is happening in other areas. And literally, I mean, you turn on the TV and there is just seems like a regular barrage of messaging coming out regarding the vaccinations. I mean, in a very positive way, not in a fearful way, but in a positive way, and talking about some of the misinformation regarding those vaccinations. Is there any, do you know if our state of Florida Department of Health is going to be doing anything?
There is talk about it. I haven't seen anything specific, but we're going to take care of that ourselves. We had a very robust conversation last night, so I'm sure Ms. Baker would be glad to update us on that if you want to, if they choose to ask you. So I think we're not going to wait. We're going to do that ourselves here.
It still concerns me, though, because people move around. Everybody's not in Palm Beach County, and we should have a unified message, to our folks here. And then the deaths. As we know, there's a substantial lag between new cases and the reporting of deaths. And we've been averaging 31 deaths a week here. And my concern is that after we've now seen this uptick now, and it seems like this new Delta variant is making people sicker, and hospitalizations, more people going to the hospital, which ends up, can you comment on that?
Yes, it appears that it is more contagious and it spreads easier. However, it doesn't seem to have a more lethal death rate than the regular COVID. However, we are seeing that 40% of hospitalizations being from that 18-plus age group, which is very unusual, right? We were seeing people more elderly going to the hospital and getting sick, and the younger group pretty much avoiding that altogether. I'm concerned about the universities. I'm concerned about, how that will affect, especially playing sports and everything else that will be going on at the university levels, and how that will translate that into hospitalizations for a younger age group. And the consequences, again, from the youth getting COVID and the long-term consequences that they may have. It's very sad to see somebody who was healthy playing football all of a sudden on 4 inhalers to try to breathe, or having problems with a heart issue, or other issues. So even loss of taste and smell can completely alter your life in terms of how you eat and are able to enjoy food. So all these consequences are consequential and concerning going forward into our future.
And I've two more things to ask you about. One is about the mutations, and now we've seen Delta. We saw other mutations prior to that. And my understanding is there's another one called Delta Plus that's now over in India, and this continuation of people getting infected, allowing the virus to continue to mutate into something, that potentially our vaccines are not going to be effective against.
So
and that's
far, the
very
vaccines
concerning.
have been effective against the Delta and the Gammas and everything else, but the virus is doing what a virus does. It continues to mutate to try to overcome the immunization, the immunity that is created in the community, right? So by becoming stronger, it can affect more people, and it can continue to spread from person to person. That's a natural process of a virus. This is not new. So the fear is that because we're not able to get that herd immunity that we were looking for, because of the hesitancy that we've seen, that we've never seen before in this large scale, that those variants will be able to become more predominant and overtake the other viruses, the other strains.
Right.
That's the concern that everyone has that is working in the virology of this COVID, which makes it different than we've had in the past. Like that didn't happen with H1N1.
And then lastly, I see you and Ms. Blakeney are wearing your mask. Can you talk about mask usage and recommendations?
Sure. The vaccine is very, very effective. It's more effective than we even thought. They're 95%. It's even better than that. We see the breakthrough is less than 1%. So the vaccine is very effective. But people do catch COVID. Most of them do not die if it's a breakthrough. It's a very small percent that end up dying, but there have been deaths. My concern with the probability of my being able to catch COVID is that I would spread it to someone else. I'm not really worried about myself that much because I think I'm very well protected, much more protected than driving on 95, okay? But I'm not comfortable even with the possibility of my spreading it to someone else. So I will continue to wear my mask because there's a lot, now there's wide community spread. There's no question about that. I mean, that's a fact. So when I go outdoors, or even when if I'm walking by myself, no, I don't need a mask. But if I'm in a crowd, if I'm walking downtown, for example, there's people all over the place bumping in and out of you. So I definitely have my mask on.
Okay.
If I go to a restaurant, I will wear my mask. When I sit down to eat, I take it off.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Weiss. Move now to Commissioner Sacks.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, Mary and Dr. Alonso, for all you've done to get us to this position. I have a couple of little questions. Actually, my concerns lie with those who are undocumented and who may be working in our farms, and especially in my district and some of the large growers. What have we done, or what can we do to bring the vaccines to them? And I'm talking about our undocumented workers here in Palm Beach County.
Well, what we did before they left is we went to the growers and actually went to the facilities where they were working, and we went to them. We want to do the same thing again now. We've been working with the community out in Belle Glade very, very closely. We've had multiple events. Unfortunately, so far, we're getting low numbers. But I believe that once we set up an actual event to vaccinate the people at the facility, at the growers themselves, or at the farms themselves, we can see larger numbers. So we're working very closely with them to make that happen.
And may I direct your answer to growers in the agricultural reserve? And I'm not talking about the big farms. I'm talking about
Sure.
the smaller container farmers, and asking that I will do anything I can to help facilitate your going there to the growers. We don't have the large farms that may be present in the glades, but we do have workers. And whether undocumented or not, I'm not going to say, but do we have a mobile van that goes out to
We
these
have
folks?
several mobile vans, so yes,
Good.
we have plenty of vans to do this, and as a matter of fact, that's exactly what we're trying to do. And it's not just farmers or growers. We have tons of nurseries all around, even interiorly inside our cities. We have nurseries where there's a lot of people employed. They have documentation because they're working. They're not undocumented. They just are scared sometimes with the amount of paperwork that they do have. But they don't have insurance, for example. So when they get asked for insurance, they automatically think they're going to be, they're just scared.
They may be documented for work, but they may not be able to get a driver's license, let's say.
Correct. Exactly.
So in that regard, whatever I can do to help facilitate that, especially among the container growers in the Ag Reserve, we will talk about that, and I'll see what I can do.
I would love your help in that, absolutely. Anybody that you have, just give us a call and we'll make it
Good.
happen.
Okay. And one last question is, what is your opinion of the need for a booster shot for those who have had or, you don't have to give it, but
Yeah,
just
I don't
wondering
see
if-
I don't see any need for a booster shot at this time. The vaccine is holding steady. The antibodies are holding steady. Will we need one in the future? Probably at some point, but there's no sense starting to get boosters until there's a declared. I see advertising all over the place, and I think people are trying to get your money.
People are trying to what?
Get your money.
We'll get our money?
Want
Oh,
you to
okay.
get more vaccinated.
Okay, but at this point, it really, if folks ask me if they need a booster, if they had Pfizer before, there's really no need at this point to even think about having to
In my
to get a
opinion,
booster.
no.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Sacks. And Dr. Alonso, with regards to issues in the future, such as the booster shot, is it really at this point an issue that's being evaluated and researched by the CDC, and guidance will come out on that on a nationwide scale?
Absolutely, and also by the pharmaceutical companies that make the vaccine. It will be in their best interest to make sure that it's done at the right time.
Very good. Well, that concludes questions by members of the board. We're delighted to have this update, although some of it is not encouraging, but certainly not insurmountable. We remind our constituents to be very aware of COVID-19 presence in our county and our community. We're literally surrounded by counties that touch our borders that have higher rates than us, which makes it even more of a challenge, and we encourage you to get vaccinated. I'm also delighted to have here today, by invitation, State Representative Joe Casello, who's the ranking member on the Pandemics and Emergencies Committee in the Florida House of Representatives. We would be honored and delighted to have you speak to the board for as long as you'd like and give us a little update and perspective, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Baker. Good to see you all again. I'd just like to start I want to thank Dr. Alonso for her report today, but not only today. We have a weekly update by Dr. Alonso. Our delegation, our legislative delegation, is given an update by Dr. Alonso, given the facts and figures, some of what she mentioned here today. And I can tell you how helpful that is in giving that information out to our constituents, during this pandemic via our social platforms and meetings. So again, I thank you, Dr. Alonso, for your hard work now and continue. I'm a little concerned with this new Delta strain. Just when we think we're out of it, we get pulled back into it. So we still have much work to do. And I think that a lot of credit needs to go to you, Mayor, and this commission for taking control firsthand and being a leader on getting a handle on this virus. We were one of the first ones to put masks in place, have distancing regulations and all, and I commend you for that. It was an easy decision to make, but you made it. Sometimes those decisions are hard. I just wish the other 66 counties would take heed of this. I know up there in Tallahassee, it's not always the same mentality that we might have here in our Palm Beach County as far as how severe this virus can and is. So it's a little troubling at times. But I can tell you, being the ranking member on the committee, I have a voice up there, and I let it be known. And hopefully that, in the future, we're getting better numbers and better results. And I thank you all for being part of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. If you don't mind, I believe some of our members have questions, and we would appreciate your attention to them. Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So good to see you, Representative Casello.
Same here, Commissioner.
Thank you for coming before the commission, and especially for your ranking membership on leadership on a statewide committee. Being from Palm Beach County and being one of our ranking members on that statewide committee is very, very important to all of us, because you are our voice up there in Tallahassee, and we appreciate you. Thank you for coming before.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Dr. Colbert. Are there any other questions of the ranking member? Well, we are cognizant of just how difficult it is to travel during that time period. I know that the legislature had some pretty strict rules, at least for visitors to the Capitol, and that made the public policy making even more challenging. And certainly, I am very proud of the relationship between the State Department of Emergency Management and our county unit of government. They've always been very supportive. They've always been very responsive, and I know that a lot of that comes directly from the leadership of the legislature, and with your ranking position, we're very appreciative and humbled by your service, sir. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me, Mayor. Thank you all.
Yes, sir. Well, that concludes special presentations under 4A. We'll move now to the public hearings found on page 52, 5A1. Is there a motion to receive and file proof of publication?
So moved.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Weinroth on 5A, motion to receive and file proof of publication, second by Commissioner Weiss. All in favor, all opposed. That passes 5-0. We will now move to the Office of Financial Management and Budget, 5A1. A reminder that if you have any desire to make public comment on any agenda item, that you submit a comment card to a member of the county staff. All right, we do have public comment on 5A1, but I'll turn it over to the Budget Office for a presentation.
Good morning, Sherry Brown, Director of OFMB. I'm joined at the table by David Bahar from the County Attorney's Office, Richard Ivorone from my office in OFMB, and Liz Harmon from the County Attorney's Office. And David Ricks did follow me, our county engineer. So the agenda item today, we have already approved various types of non-ad valorem special assessments at the board level. This agenda item allows us to add this item to the tax roll and send out the bills through the tax bills. So that's
All right, is it pretty ministerial in nature?
correct.
All right, well, I don't see any questions from members of the board at this time. We'll go to public comment. We only have one card, Mr. Steve Goldberg, and it may be Dr. Goldberg, but in any event, we're delighted to have you here, sir.
Thank you very much. My name's Steve Goldberg. I went ahead and I sent some emails, and thank you again to Greg Weiss. I'm also the CEO of David versus Goliath and Justice Watchdogs. I'm a member of the Flying Wheels Motorcycle Club. This road here, they went ahead and handed me this document. I'm late to the game. I apologize in looking at this assessment. I went ahead and looked at it, tried to get all the public records, looked at every single video that was published, and did not see any of our votes or any of our public comments at that time. The folks that are sitting here are members of the street. We looked at this entire road assessment for $309,000, which is basically for all the non-corporation members, is going to go ahead and put these folks out of their homes, including our nonprofit. We went ahead and tried to see how this was voted upon. We went to look at how this went down ministerially. At the time, we looked and see there's one property at the end who still has open violations called Tall Pines. They went ahead and put a road gate into our road, and we were a little dirt road for a reason. It was quiet. It was something that our nonprofit can handle, and everybody on this road who are retired employees from the post office and from the schools and so forth. And then next thing you know, we get a road. There was no flooding on that road. It was publicly trickled down into our water system, and we believe that end of the road fella is the one who went ahead and asked for this particular road. He's still in open violations, and this is just moving on rails and just way too fast. There was 2 votes that went and got assessed. The first of the 14 folks on the road, there was a vote of the members that actually put the cards in. Now realize some of the folks on the road are very unsophisticated in this processes. So when we went ahead and looked at that vote, there was a 5-4 the project, not understanding that they had to pay for the project, and 2 that voted against. Then there was a subsequent vote after that where everybody on the road voted no, and only one yes, which was Tall Pines. David Logan of Murray Logan, who does the crane service here in Palm Beach County, he came here and was not allowed to speak because I guess there wasn't a card. A member of our motorcycle club was also here and went to go ahead and speak, and there was a member who's probably not on the board right now of commissioners who said, hey, this was already settled, and he doesn't get to speak, but graciously you folks allowed him to make comment, but it was just basically everybody's heads were down and moved on. Now I don't know if that's because of COVID and just the temperament of the world at that time, but this little road can't handle this assessment. We're getting assessed $60,000, and we basically have a small wooden shack on the property. The neighbor next to us is just a little house trailer and so forth, and everybody's getting assessed close to $17,000, but as it goes out to 20 years, it'll be left to their heirs and others, which amounts to about $30,000 and change. And we're asking for this to be relooked at and revoted upon. When I made numerous phone calls and numerous emails, the answer that I got, well, we took the first vote. I'm like, well, why don't you take the second vote?
Sir, your time has expired. We do appreciate your comments. We'll have an opportunity to ask you questions if a member of the board so wishes. We'll start with Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Goldberg, for being here. I guess, I guess going back, can you, and I know my office provided the chronology to you, can maybe for the edification for the rest of the board here, can you provide that chronology of how that happened?
So the chronology, to my knowledge, and it's in here, and believe me, it's expansive. I'm still waiting for the public records request, but it happened back in 2016 was the original asking by some person on the road. We still don't know who that is. We're all assuming, since we all sat down and I walked the street and had a little street meeting, it's Tall Pines at the end of our road. Who is on Tall Pines, not even on Bischoff Road. What they did was open up the egress onto our road there and started running their big truck containers on this little road from which is here probably to the window, and started moving along the road. They do pottery, so I imagine their pottery was getting damaged. So at the end of the day, they opened this road in violation and then asked for a real road. And then that started the process.
But don't they actually own, I think, don't they own two parcels on?
They went ahead and bought a little parcel, but that little parcel, because it's a container site and it's a business, it's not residential, it's not agricultural, and it's supposed to be only accessed through Tall Pines. Now, when Southern was built, and so forth, there's a ramp that goes down and it passes Tall Pines. So what we feel is that when people are coming off the turnpike, these big container trucks that used to turn on Tall Pines couldn't access it. So just like FedEx and everybody else making lefts or rights, it was easier to come down our road and so forth. And that's how it all started.
Okay. I'm looking now to staff here. The item in front of us, this in addition to the assessment for Bischoff, how many other assessments are contained in this, for this year?
For this year, there's only the one for engineering, and then there's several items as nuisance abatements under PZ&B.
Is there, and now I'll turn to Mr. Ricks, is there, and I know, based on the documentation we have received from various people in the roads department, that they did follow the policies and procedures as were laid out, but is there any abatement available or potential to extend out these assessments for a longer period of time to make it more or I shouldn't say palatable, but easier for the folks that are being assessed these fees?
Based upon the square footage, their frontage, their road, these are 20-year assessments, I think, at 5.6%. And so, but in terms of stretching out any further, Shara had to indicate in terms of, from OFB standpoint, in terms of if there's flexibility on that. So.
Madam Administrator, you're recognized.
I was going to simply ask legal to chime in on that because we currently have our standards in which we must follow. So I want to know if there's flexibility for us to work with the group. I know that all of the procedures were followed through this process. So now the question becomes, are we able to have flexibility to extend the period of payback time?
Can you make sure your microphone is turned on, please?
I think your microphone's not on either.
Hear me now? Yes. The 20 years has been estimated in the ordinance.
Any,
Commissioner Sachs, Commissioner Sachs is recognized, I think.
I believe, Commissioner Weiss, you're not done yet.
I apologize, Commissioner
That's
Weiss,
okay.
you're recognized.
We kind of look alike over here.
ex-Californians. I guess my question would be is there, what about in regards to percentages of interest charged?
The interest was also set by the resolution at 5.5%. I don't know.
Do we have the ability to waive that?
To waive interest entirely?
Mm-hmm.
Let me take a look. I mean, I think we'd have to research that further. The ordinance provides that the board by resolution sets the assessment and the interest rate, which was done first in 2018 when the original project was approved, and then again in 2020 when the project was completed and engineering accepted the project. Then there was a period when the assessments could be paid without interest, as provided also in the ordinance, and I believe was noticed to all the property owners. And then after, I believe it's 30 days, and then after 30 days, then the interests kick in.
All right. I guess my last question would be, Are we under a time constraint with this right now? Do we have some flexibility to give them time to research what all options we may have before?
I think that for today's item, we are under a time constraint. So that would be to allow us to go forward with it. I'm looking at David just to see if there's any time.
That's correct. The role has to be adopted by September 15th to be on the tax bill.
Okay. So we would have one more meeting between then. Okay, sorry.
So we could postpone this for a meeting?
Till August, yes.
So I'd like to move that we postpone this item until our August meeting.
I second
We have a motion to table agenda item 5A1 by Commissioner Weiss. It's been seconded by Commissioner Sacks. Commissioner Sacks, did you have further comments?
No, I think enough has been said. I think let's just take a look at it. We've got people involved who have a very personal interest in this, and this is what we work for, is to see what we can do to take care of the people who are most affected. So I'd
Very good.
certainly second that. Thank you.
From my perspective, it would probably benefit the board to have a little bit more information on, I know this may be a micro issue within a larger tax roll issue, but it sounds like it's without prejudice in terms of certifying the tax rolls and what other ministerial duties we have after those items have been approved previously. So the motion has been made by Commissioner Weiss and seconded by Commissioner Sacks. No further comments. All in favor? All opposed? The vote is 4-1 on 5A1 to postpone, with Vice Mayor Weinroth dissenting. Thank you, sir, for your time here today.
your time.
There will
Thank
be
you.
another public hearing on this agenda item, which will be published accordingly.
Okay.
And
Can I just?
Thank you.
I just want to say, Mr. Goldberg, thank you for bringing this to our attention, and can't guarantee you we're going to have a positive outcome, but I believe giving us a little extra time to work on
into
this,
that.
and we'll do the best we can.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
And thank you to the Budget Office and the County Attorney's Office, Engineering, for your assistance in getting through this item today. We'll move now to Agenda Item 6A1 on the regular agenda, Facilities Development and Operations. Vice Mayor Weinroth is recognized.
Move to approve 6A1.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Weinroth on 6A1, second by Commissioner Marino. I just wanted to review this correspondence very briefly that was included in my agenda packet. This is a letter from Peter Torsic. I don't have a comment card from this gentleman encouraging us to not award this lease agreement, and encourages a further independent fact-finding investigation to avoid opening a new chapter of corruption in our city. I will include this with the public comment cards and give it to the clerk as well. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized with a motion pending.
Yep, thank you. So let me just, this is to our park staff. If in fact there's any, after review of what Mr. Torsic sent to us, if there's any validity to any of those things, then this could be undone, this agreement.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and County Administrator. It's me, Ayala Collazo, Department Director for Facilities Development and Operations. Mr. Torsic, as well as his wife, filed protests to this RFP. We provided responses to both. We denied those protests, and therefore we found that there was no validity to his allegations. But we addressed every single topic contained on those protests.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Well, I don't see any other further public comment or comments by members of the board. All in favor? All opposed? This item passes 5-0. We'll move now to 6A2, Facilities Development and Operations.
Mayor, I'm going to move for approval of 6A2, A and B.
A motion by Vice Mayor Weinroth on 6A2, seconded by Commissioner Weiss, regarding an extension of a lease agreement with Piro Family Farms. There's no comments by members of the board or comments by members of the public. All in favor? All opposed? This item passes 5-0. Thank you to Facilities Development and Operations. We'll move now to 6B1, Airports, regarding contract with J.W. Cheatham
Dewey
matter-
Cheatham and Howe.
That's a law firm, not a road paving company. Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe.
I move to approve 6B1.
Vice Mayor Weinroth has moved 6B1 forward, seconded by Commissioner Weiss, in the amount of $853,148.25. All in favor, all opposed, that passes 5-0. There was no public comment or questions by members of the board. Thank you very much to our Director of Airports. 6C1, Housing and Economic Development.
Mayor, if we have no comment cards, I'm going to move 6C2.
6C1.
I'm sorry.
Vice Mayor Weinroth has moved 6C1 regarding resolution approving Palm Beach County Action Plan for FY 21-22, seconded by Commissioner Sacks. Would any member of the board like a presentation? All right, no public comment. All in favor, all opposed. That item passes 5-0. 6C2, Housing and Economic Development regarding CDBG funding in the amount of $224,000 for the town of Lake Clark Shores.
I will now move approval of 6C2.
Previously made, 6C2 has been moved forward by Vice Mayor Weinroth, seconded by Commissioner Marino. I don't see any comments by members of the public. You know what? I think I made a mistake. No, I didn't. 6G1 has public comment. The motion's been made and seconded by Vice Mayor Weinroth and Commissioner Moreno. All in favor, all opposed. 6C2 passes 5-0. We're now in 6C3, Housing and Economic Development regarding Impact Fee Affordable Housing Assistance Program.
Mayor, with your permission, I'm going to move 6C3, A, B, C, D, and E for approval.
Vice Mayor Weinroth has moved 6C3, A, B, C, D, and E forward. Seconded by Commissioner Marino. If I could just impose upon Assistant County Administrator Miller or any of her staff to just give a very brief overview of how the impact fee assistance works. So we don't need a presentation on this, but just so the general public knows what we're doing with some of these impact fee funding.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, Administrator Baker. At the table, I have our Director of Housing, Jonathan Brown, Deputy Director, Sherry Howard, and our Attorney, Howard Falcon. So in terms of the impact fee, the board made a determination several years ago that the interest earned on impact fees, that it will go back to assist as a credit on affordable housing. And so each year there's an amount which is allocated. This year it was about $3 million, and solicitations are made. Developers who are developing affordable housing, they can apply and they receive funding that goes towards the impact fee.
Very good. And the overall policy initiative here is to encourage affordable housing.
That's correct.
Very good. All right, well, the motion's been made by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Marino. There's no public comment or comments by members of the board. All in favor, all opposed. 6C3 passes 5-0. We'll move now to 6C4, Housing and Economic Development.
Mayor, I'm going to move 6C4 to rename the Program for Job Growth Incentive Fund Program to EDI, Economic Development Incentive Program.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Weinroth and 6C4, seconded by Commissioner Marino. There's no public comment or comments by members of the board. All in favor, all opposed. 6C4 passes 5-0.
Just want to make sure there were other things in there in addition to renaming the program as well. I just want to make sure we're codifying changes that the board has already made, and then we're looking at a recommendation to provide services, potentially provide service in distressed areas or rural areas as well.
It's all embraced in 6C4.
6C4 is published, and I believe that was the intent of the motion maker, so the clerk can reflect that as published. 6C4 passes 5-0. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
6D1 on the regular agenda, Palm-Tran.
I see no comments, so I'm going to move 6D1, A, B, and C.
6D1 has been moved forward by Vice Mayor Weinroth as published. 6D1, A, B, and C, seconded by Commissioner Sacks. There's no public comments or comments by members of the board. All in favor, all opposed. 6D1 passes 5-0. We'll move now to 6D2, Palm-Tran.
Acknowledging our good Executive Director of Palm-Tran, thank you for being here. I'm going to move 6D2 for approval.
62 has been moved forward by Vice Mayor Weinroth, seconded by Commissioner Weiss. Just as a brief summation, this is an app software that will allow scheduling and payment affairs by the app, and there's no capital cost, but there is a monthly maintenance fee. There's no public comment, and there's no comments by members of the board. So all in favor, all opposed, 62 passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Palm-Tran. 61, Environmental Resources Management regarding the 2021 Lake Worth Lagoon Management Plan.
If nobody needs a presentation, then I'm going to move 6E1 for approval.
61 has been moved by Vice Mayor Weinroth, seconded by, no second at this point. If you'd like to come up.
No, you
Sure, Commissioner Weiss is recognized prior to the presentation, or you want to wait till after? Did you just want a presentation, or did? Very good. For sure. And just by way of background, I don't think there's any new substance necessarily in this agenda item. It has been previously part of our plan, but it certainly wouldn't hurt to have some comments by our
Yes,
our
good morning.
director.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and Administrator Baker. Great to see you today. Deborah Drum, Department Director for Environmental Resources Management at the table here today. I've got Dr. Myra Ashton, who's an environmental analyst at ERM, who is responsible for the update of the Lake Worth Lagoon Management Plan that we've just completed, as well as Scott Stone, our attorney, and Patrick Redder, Assistant County Administrator. We will be brief. I know that you have other things on the agenda, but just very quickly, we wanted to let you know that the original plan was adopted in 1998 with a couple of periodic updates. We do thank Commissioner Weiss for his leadership on the Lake Worth Lagoon Initiative and the steering committee. This update, what we really want you to know is that we have taken stakeholder input for over a year. This is the first time we've ever taken a watershed approach, so we're not just looking at the lagoon proper, but we're looking at all of the area of land within the county that fits within or that flows within Lake Worth Lagoon. It's a completely digital plan. We don't plan on issuing hard copies except for those people in the community that request them specifically. And it includes action plans, and it can be accessed on www.lwli.org. You just click on that 2001 Management Plan Revision, and it takes you to a completely interactive site. This is the cover of the plan. I'm going to hand it over. We're going to go very quickly, Myra, through this presentation, and we're going to...
Certainly take your time as well.
Okay.
You know, brevity is appreciated, but also there's some important detail here as well.
We will be efficient.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to come. I am going to be showing you a lot of the little tips and, can you hear me better? All right, so I'll be showing you some of the tips and tricks to navigate through the document. As Deb indicated, it is a total digitally based document, and it can be accessed online by just typing in lwli.org, and you'll get to this page. And one of the tips to navigate through the document is you could use the arrows at the corner of the document, and that will take you to the table of contents. This is, in my opinion, the most important page in terms of navigation throughout the document. All of those page numbers in blue are clickable. So if you want to go directly to the executive summary or the state of the lagoon, you click on that page number and be taken there. Another important navigation tool is located at the bottom of the page, the table of contents in the left side and the index of action plan. So those two links are available on every single page. So if you're at the end of the document and you want to go right back to the table of contents, you click on that. Then we're going to go to P4. This is the Lake Worth Lagoon watershed map. And as Deb indicated, this is our first time that we've taken a watershed approach, and we realized that the health of the lagoon is directly linked to the land use characteristics and the inputs that we receive from the watershed. I want to highlight the size of the watershed in comparison to the lagoon. You could see that the lagoon's watershed is highlighted by that orange line, and it extends extends all the way west to Lake Okeechobee and also to the north and to the south of the lagoon. This map also has that little graphic at the bottom of those two circles. When we look at the watershed to estuary ratio, it's very large. It's 42-1, and that is represented by that big circle is the watershed, and the little circle that you can't see at the end of the arrow is actually the lagoon size. This map has a feature. If you toggle on it, it shows you the bottom layer, which is the lagoon's hydrology, and you can see the vast network of canals that very efficiently.
Doctor, sorry to interrupt you. I want to recognize Commissioner Weiss for it.
Can you just go back to the previous slide? The one on the watershed, please. I think there's an important point that makes the Lake Worth Lagoon unique.
P4. Thank you.
Can you talk about how
You have to toggle on the map itself. There.
you talk about the size of the watershed relative to the lagoon, and how does that relate in other water bodies and so forth? Can you just make a brief comment about that?
Great question. Our lagoon's watershed is over 477 square miles, while the lagoon itself is 11 square miles, so that's a 42-1. When we look at larger estuaries, such as Chesapeake Bay, that has a watershed to estuary ratio of 14-1. And when we look at Biscayne Bay, that has a watershed to estuary ratio of 11-1. When we look at the Indian River Lagoon, it's a ratio of 5-1. So our ratio is very outsized for the size of the receiving water body.
So that means that it would be then the impact of the watershed is outsized compared to other water bodies.
Yes, sir.
When you compare those ratios. So meaning that things that end up in our canals and drainage and
End up in the lagoon.
End up in the lagoon.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. We were talking about the hydrology, and that map just shows you the vast, extensive drainage canals that we have that so very efficiently move the water all the way from the western extent of the lagoon towards the east, and the three red dots are the water control structures that deliver the water into the lagoon. If we click back on the image, I just wanted to highlight that within the lagoon itself, we have 13 municipalities that are on the border of the lagoon. But when we look at the watershed, we have over 30 municipalities as well as numerous unincorporated cities and towns that are part of the watershed. So multiple cities that you commissioners all represent in the 7 districts are included in the watershed of the lagoon. So they're somehow related to the lagoon. Now we wanted to go to the table of contents and go to the milestones in the lagoon. And this is just a colorful graphic that we incorporated to show the lagoon horizontally. And one of the points I wanted to show was back in 1972, we had a population surge of 400,000 people in the county. And we know now that in 2021, that's over 1.5 million, and that's only scheduled to increase. Now we're going to go to the executive summary. And this is a brief section that, again, introduces the concept of why we selected a watershed-based management approach, since the health of the lagoon is linked to the inputs that are received from its watershed. It also highlights accomplishments since the last management plan in 2013. We go back to the table of contents. We can navigate to the state of the lagoon, page 14. And this is a more comprehensive section of the lagoon, and it introduces you to the lagoon itself as well as to the unique management challenges and priorities that the lagoon has. This section highlights how the priorities for the management are data-based and data-driven and evidence-based. We also highlight the different key indicator species or indicators that we use to determine the health of the lagoon. So you'll find the status in terms of water quality, seagrasses, oysters, fisheries, and turtles. Another thing that I wanted to highlight was the graphic on this page actually is clickable. So Deb already clicked it up, and there's a little magnifying glass in the corner that lets the reader know that it's clickable and it pops out. So this is one of my favorite graphics. It's Lake Worth Lagoon by the Lumbers. We have the lagoon presented this time vertically, and I think of it as the liquid integrated spine of the county, and all around it is all the different elements that make the estuary so unique. We have over 100 species of birds, over 250 species plus of fish that call the lagoon home. Again, we have 3 major freshwater drainage canals that are bearing water to the lagoon, and 2 inlets, both in the north and in the south of the lagoon, and it's precisely these 2 elements that bring that important mix of freshwater and saltwater that are important for maintaining a healthy estuary. We could go to the index of action plans. And here, this is the second most important page, I think, in terms of navigation through the document. Here we list all of the 25 action plans that we identified as important for the management of the lagoon. They are characterized or grouped into 6 categories. We have the water and sediment quality, that's subcategorized into water quality, stormwater, wastewater, and sediment management. We have the habitat enhancement, the fish and wildlife, climate change and sea level rise, public outreach, as well as public uses of the lagoon. If you go to the next page, this is just a snapshot of the accomplishments at a glance, and we have one of these pages for each of the 6 categories. And if you read these blurbs, they'll help you understand what is driving the priorities for each one of these action plans. And you can see at the bottom of each one, there's a link to go directly to that page. I'll go back to the index of action plans. And like I said, these are all clickable. I wanted to go to one of the more timely action plans, which is WQ6. And this is to optimize freshwater inflows, to optimize environmental benefits to the lagoon from the watershed. I call it a timely action plan since we are discussing in other avenues the update to the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual and how some of the freshwater from Lake Okeechobee is going to be reaching the lagoon through our drainage canals. I just wanted to briefly go through all the overall layout of the action plans. So all action plans include these different elements. First, we have the action, and right there we'll have a drill down into the details of what we want to accomplish with that action. We'll have the importance of how that action plays into the management of the lagoon and its resources. We'll have the related actions. This one has 2. All of our actions have multiple related actions, so they're really important individually as well as collectively since they build upon each other. We have a background section, and this is here where we really drill down on the status of that issue. And if you go to the next page, we present the data that's really important in driving the strategies and the approach. Here we have a list of the optimal salinity for seagrasses and oysters in the lagoon, and also the actual salinity that we have from recordings from equipment that we have out there. So if you look at the different colors, you see sometimes we're in the red, meaning that salinity is too high, and sometimes we're in the, I guess that's an orange, we're in the orange and salinities are too low. So, and that all has to do with the amount of fresh water that we're receiving, both the timing and the volume. After you go into the background, we have the approach, which then lists the individual steps of how we're going to tackle this action plan. You can go to the next page. We listed 4 different steps there. That's followed by a time frame of when we're going to try to work and accomplish each one of those steps, and a cost estimate, so a range of funding that's necessary to accomplish the steps. We have metrics towards evaluating the progress of the steps. If we have any regulatory needs, we identify them there, any funding as well. And importantly, even though we have that at the end, we have our list of potential partners. And here's where we list our stakeholders, our state, local, regional agencies that could help us implement each one of these strategies. And overall, we're looking for a concerted and unified effort between all of our stakeholders and all of these agencies to be able to come together, since we all either work, live, or enjoy the lagoon and its watershed. It's really important to have all of these partners engaged in order to implement the strategies for the protection of the lagoon. And I think, my last slide is our spotted eagle ray. This is our official lagoon mascot. It's in the shape of a spotted eagle ray, and her name is Laguna, which is Spanish for lagoon. And it was created using words that we received from stakeholders that filled out an online survey to help identify the priorities and perceptions of the lagoon. And you can see it goes through the whole range of emotions. Some people identify it as a a vital nursery area, diverse estuary, treasure, recreational paradise. And on the other gamut or end, we have it that people have described it as fragile, altered, threatened, and sometimes taken for granted. But ultimately, I think we all realize that it's really important to not only protect the estuary and help revitalize it, not only for the environmental and biological or resources that are found there, but also for the vast recreational opportunities as well as the economic benefits that it brings to the lagoon and the people visiting this region. I think that's what I had. And Deb's going to wrap up. And I just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you.
Well, thank you. That was a wonderful presentation with a really robust amount of information. I'm delighted that we had an opportunity to hear it in full. Commissioner Weiss, you recognize, sir.
Yes, sir. I'd like to move the item E1 to adopt this plan, and I just want to thank you, Deb, and your staff for a phenomenal job in creating this plan and the work you're doing to restore the lagoon. And, you know, we know how important it is. We've seen recently the loss of manatees in Florida due to the lack of seagrass, and our lagoon is in fact an area where seagrass can grow under the right conditions. So if we take care of our lagoon, the lagoon will take care of the creatures that live in it and the people who live alongside of it. And so I really do appreciate it and just want to say thank you very much. And providing a data-driven approach that is available to the public, they can see it, they can watch it, they can monitor it. And with that, I pass it back to you, Mayor.
Commissioner Weiss has moved Agenda Item 6E1, a motion to adopt a resolution approving the 2021 Lake Worth Lagoon Management Plan. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Marino. There's no public comment or further comments by members of the board. All in favor? All opposed? That item passes 5-0. Thank you so much. Oh, Commissioner Marino, I missed you. I apologize.
No worries. This is not in reference to Lake Worth Lagoon, but since Ms. Drum is in the room, I recently took a tour of the Loxahatchee River and the impact on everything on the seagrass up there. So I know I'm on the Loxahatchee River Management Coordinating Council. So this is an important topic, not just for the Lake Worth Lagoon, but for all of our county. So I just wanted to make note of that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Very good. Well, thank you very much. That concludes the presentation on 61. Get that motion passed 5-0 with Commissioner Weiss making the motion, Commissioner Marino seconding it. We're going to move now in just a couple of moments to 6F1, which will be a presentation and summary by our 2021 state legislative lobbying team and final report. The board will be in a brief recess for about 7 to 10 minutes. We'll try to start up right at 12:05, if that's all right with the members of the board. 11:05, and we're delighted to still have our representative in the state legislature, ranking member and state representative Joe Casello here, who certainly participated fully in the outcome of the legislative session. So if the lobby team wants to get settled in, we'll be right back. We'll be in recess, and we'll reconvene at 11:05. Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners will come back to order. Before we move on to our legislative update, I wanted to remind everybody, or at least initially inform you, that in conjunction with the Palm Beach County Healthcare District, the county is supporting a opportunity here to get vaccinated downstairs on the first floor, across from the courtyard. Is it outside then? No, it's inside. Okay, very good. And that will be until, I believe, 2 o'clock today. So Commissioner Weiss and I were just discussing, as a much larger picture, the need to get vaccinated, and it's a very timely announcement. We're delighted to have that opportunity here. So if you're here at the county building, or you're listening and you want to come down and get vaccinated, we would greatly appreciate it. Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
Well, I'd just like to say that the last member of my staff is getting vaccinated today, a younger member of our staff. Happy to hear that, and I just encourage everyone. I mean, when you saw the numbers, you saw where the people that weren't getting vaccinated, it's our younger set. So I was happy that she decided to go ahead and do this, and I encourage everyone else to do so.
That's awesome news. Thank you, Commissioner Marino. And that's part of a larger picture that is going on in the state and the nation for those of you that are just joining us. Certainly masks are effective, but the real tool and weapon in combating COVID-19 is vaccines, and we've seen a very large increase in the younger generation. So please continue to get vaccinated. All right, we have a very professional, well-dressed, and articulate team in front of us to update us on 6F1, the state legislative session of 2021. Mr. Todd Bonlaren, our Assistant County Administrator, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Baker. We do have a full house of our legislative team. This is the reason why we, I think, have the best lobbying team in the state of Florida, bar none. And I'm not even talking just local governments. I'm talking about across all industries. They have worked tirelessly on our behalf, and for many years in our team. And this was a difficult session for a lot of us. It made it very difficult for us to get in and out of the Capitol through the halls. In many cases, we were not allowed to get in some locations like the Senate. So we relied heavily this year on this team to carry the message and the priorities of this board forward, and they did so in a professional and a successful manner. I want to briefly recognize our members here. We have many at the table. We do have some of the audience, and I'll just ask as I call their name if they don't mind just standing up and raising their hand as well. At the end of the table, Paul Lowell is joining us from Converge. Also with us is John Kilman and Gerard O'Rourke. Thank you all. From Corcoran Partners, Matt Blair is here, and he's here on behalf of Corcoran. On behalf of Eric's Consultant, Lauren Jackson is here, and Candace Eriks is in the audience. On behalf of Pittman Law Group, Sean Pittman is here, and also Jasmine Henderson as well, who is part of our team. Joining us from Anfield Consulting, Frank Bernardino, and also Natalie Fossil, who is on his team in the audience. Ed Chase is here, our Intergovernmental Affairs Director, and I also wanted to say thank you to Vicki Nolan, our Executive Director of the Legislative Delegation. A special thanks for Sean Hall, who was really on the ground with us in Tallahassee, working on a lot of appropriation issues from PomChan. Thank you, Sean. And then also we have with us from Johnson & Stewart, Anita Berry, and then also Jeff Johnson and Amanda Stewart in the halls. And thank you, Chelsea, for joining us from the County Attorney's Office, keeping us legal and straight all the time. So we will begin this presentation. You all have PowerPoints that are in front of you, but we also have on the board. And I'll ask Ed Chase to begin our budget highlights.
Good morning, Commissioners. Over the weekend, we sent you our very lengthy final report, which I know you probably spent a lot of time reviewing over Saturday and Sunday. So we just wanted to take today to talk over a few of the 30,000-foot highlights of the budget, some legislation, and take advantage of some of our crack lobbying team if you have any questions about that. So let's talk about the budget, just highline items. Total budget was $101 billion. The first time the budget has been over $100 billion in the state. The legislature was able to keep $9.5 billion in reserves. The total veto amount this year was $1.5 billion. However, a single veto line was a $1 billion line. The Palm Beach County items that were vetoed, we had 12 projects that were vetoed. That came to a total of $6.2 million. However, one of those projects was a total of $3 million. On Health and Human Services, the Agency for Healthcare Administration is always the largest portion of the budget. I just wanted to make note of bullet number 2, which was a $240 million item to extend postpartum Medicaid coverage to mothers and newborns, and that extension was from 2 months and now will be extended to 1 year. I just want to make sure that we understand that the legislature used the word extend and not expand when we speak about that particular issue. On criminal justice and corrections, I do want to note that there is $9 million for the public safety, mental health, and substance abuse local grant program. And under the Department of Corrections, you might remember during the session, the Senate proposed consolidating 4 facilities throughout the state. There are about 145 current state correctional facilities in the state of Florida. 60% of those reside in rural counties. So although they were able to back off that issue, it did give the Department of Corrections the capability that they may, not shall, but they may develop a facility consolidation plan and submit that plan if they choose to do so by the end of this year. Under Transportation, Tourism, and Economic Development, our cultural and museum grants did very well at $23.2 million. We are very happy that our library grants and aid came in at $21.5 million. And our partners in our economic opportunity did very well. Our partners with Enterprise Florida, Visit Florida, Space Florida, all were funded very well at a total of $81.6. And I wanted to make special note that the Job Growth Grant Fund was funded at $50 million. To talk a little bit about affordable housing, the Sadowski Funds, the Local Government Housing Trust Fund, and kind of the journey that topic made during the course of the session, I would like to turn that over to Sean Pittman.
Thank you, Ed, and on behalf of our entire team, we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to serve you in Tallahassee. It is quite a pleasure, mostly for me because I'm from here, but mostly for all of them. It's because you have able staff that really kind of gives us direction and guides us as we walk the halls and do what you ask us to do, what you pay us to do. So that's always very, very important and very helpful. So you should know you have great staff up there. Last couple years, the governor has requested very strongly that the Sadowski funds be fully funded and none of that money be swept. The House and the Senate this year decided to take a different approach. In fact, the good news about it is it was adequately funded. The second good piece of good news was there was a portion that required that these dollars cannot be swept again. The different news is that they decided to separate the funds into 3 different categories. One being affordable housing, another one being sea level, why did I lose my place? Sea level rise projects, and the third thing being wastewater grants. As it started, these dollars were allocated evenly at $140 million apiece. After much debate and the governor leaning in pretty heavy, the end numbers weighed more heavily towards affordable housing with $200 million, and each of the other categories, sea level rise project and wastewater grants, being at $111.7 million. So the specifics of it was $209 million to affordable housing, about $147 million going to SHIP. I think the county, Ed, has gotten about will get about 7.3 million of those dollars, and 62.5 to sale. So it was I made it sound quicker than the process went in Tallahassee, and those of you there's a few of you who have spent some time in Tallahassee, you can imagine an idea like that, pretty bold idea, the kind of debate and conversation that it went through in order to get it passed. But it just goes to show when you got a couple leaders who are pulling all the strings that decide this is what they want to do, they can get it done. So they got it done. There is some good news in it. As I said, I think the fact that the money can't be swept and there is something that you can now depend on every year, I think that's important information to have. Ed?
Thank you, Sean. To talk a little bit about agricultural and natural resources appropriation, I will turn it over to Frank Bernardino from Anfield Consulting.
Good morning. This was one of the best years with regard to overall funding. If you look at the number of dollars the state is investment into natural resources. Record funding for Everglades restoration, record funding for beach restoration, and Ed's going to talk a little bit more in detail about what that means to Palm Beach County in a minute. Water quality improvement, as we know, has been a challenge statewide, and the state made enormous strides to not only put money in, but to establish procedures by which local governments can access these funds. We have already been working with both the Utilities Department and ERM on the grants portal that the Department of Environmental Protection opened. It closes this week, and there are several applications that we will be making to access these funds. But again, major investments by the state in that. Water projects, we got funding for the Lake Worth Lagoon Initiative and the Loxahatchee River Restoration Initiative. Not as much as we'd like. It's an area definitely where there's room for improvement, and we will seek to do better with regard to those initiatives next year. The big win, I think, for the county, however, is the funding that the legislature made available for the C-51 project. As we know, the county, the city of West Palm Beach, and other interests and stakeholders have been pushing for years for the state to make a significant investment in identifying the source of water for both the Loxahatchee River and to help the Lake Worth Lagoon. And so this $48 million is going to allow for there to be an additional cell constructed to the project that's already out there that is going to provide this funding. I know a number of you were at the groundbreaking for the C-51 earlier this year, that project. And so this is an amazing investment, the largest investment that will directly benefit a local government of any local government in the state in the budget this year, $48 million. So we're thrilled about that.
Frank, we thank you and your team for a running point on that particular issue. Some other federal stimulus issues, the new Emergency Preparedness and Response Fund, that was the $1 billion that was vetoed. The governor received guidance on spending that he did not prefer, so he decided to veto that spending. The $1,000 bonuses to classroom teachers and principals. The Department of Education, the United States Department of Education, just wrote the Florida Education Commissioner that the way that the state of Florida approved those particular dollars may run afoul of federal regulations, so we will watch that issue as well. And on infrastructure matters, I do want to note that the Florida Department of Transportation received $2 billion, and there was a $100 million appropriation for a new state emergency operations center. So when we look inward to some projects that were funded directly impacting Palm Beach County, you'll see this very long list. I just want to point out a few of them. The Butterfly House, Palm Beach County Rape Crisis Center was funded at $282,000. Our Restore Ex-Offender Reentry Program was funded at $500,000. So we appreciate the hard work of Senator Lori Berman and Representative Matt Wilhite on that. After many years of work, the Everglades Workforce Training Program was funded at $750,000. We're very grateful to Senator Tina Polsky and Representative Skidmore for working that issue. Frank did mention the Lake Worth Lagoon. Senator Berman and Representative Caruso were our main sponsors on that, and we appreciate their hard efforts. And on the Loxahatchee River Preservation Initiative, Senator Gail Harrell, and we had 3 different representatives running point on 7 different projects, Representative Rick Roth, Omari Hardney, and John Snyder. So we appreciate all of those efforts. So 2 items that were vetoed that did affect Palm Beach County directly. One was the Central Palm Beach County Infrastructure Project. That was a $3 million veto. We do want to thank Senator Berman and Representative David Silvers for pushing that. We will again push for that in the future as well. And after a couple of years of not having success, we were successful in getting some transportation disadvantaged bus pass program in the budget. However, that was vetoed. And I do want to thank Senator Bobby Powell. And in the House with us, I saw Representative Joe Costello, and we appreciate his hard work on that effort. Finally, appropriation items, beach projects. Usually when the beach program is funded at $50 million statewide, we are very pleased. This year it was funded at $150 million. We were very pleased on that. So that meant that 11 of our beach projects in Palm Beach County would be funded to the tune of just over $11 million. So that's just a quick overview, big picture item on our budget. Todd Von Lehren, I will turn it back to you to talk about some of our statewide legislation.
So some of the financial issues that we worked on, our taxation priority that we had in terms of online sales tax. We were finally successful this year in allowing for the collection of those dollars where the transactions are online. So we thank the legislature for doing that to create some parity with our brick and mortar buildings. The tax package which passed had 3 different weeks that were in it in terms of tax holidays. We just recently had one from July 1st to July 7th, but coming up soon is our back to school sales tax holiday. So take advantage of that, July 31st through August the 9th. I did want to thank this board on a couple of issues that we were very successful in stopping. One of those, Senate Bill 1014, House Bill 835, on employee organizations. That's one that this board wrote a letter to leadership that was going to prevent union dues from being able to be transferred directly into those unions. And due to your support and from others, we were able to stop that legislation this year, as we were changes in Senate Bill 84 on the pension plan, which would have closed the traditional pension system to new employees. And I thank this board as well for your letter in opposing that legislation. In terms of statewide bills of local impact, one we've heard a lot about is House Bill 1. That is the one that puts the prohibitions in about some of the rioting and what many consider the anti-protest pieces of legislation. That did pass, and it will give law enforcement some more tools if they choose to use them in those kinds of situations. Something that I think a lot of people were excited to see was the Constitutional Revision Commission repeal. That's the board that meets every 20 years to put onto the ballot some constitutional amendments, and that will go back to the ballot in 2022 to be repealed. Election administration, we've spoken a lot about some of the restrictions on that election bill due to drop boxes, absentee ballot requests, and the like. Social media platforms, which is currently under review, that will ban companies who work in that space from banning candidates and de-platforming them from those particular areas. Also, just wanted to point out civil liability damages related to COVID-19 were something that were extended to businesses throughout our community. In the area of transportation, we saw the MCORS repeal. That was a road on the west coast of the state of Florida. $120-some-odd million from that project was transferred back into the State Transportation Trust Fund. PIP insurance, which passed the legislature in getting rid of the requirement on that, was vetoed by the governor, mostly due to some of the rate modifications that he and others felt in their analysis would drive up some rates. So that will remain. And also, one thing that I wanted to point out that did not pass that we will continue to work on next year is name designations for one of our local roads for 2 of our deputies who lost their lives in the western portion of our community. And I'll turn it over to Lauren Jackson from Eric's Consultants on some public safety issues.
Hi. So the emergency management package was probably one of the more difficult bills, especially from a local government perspective this year. The package was intended to prepare the state for future pandemics and future emergencies. And part of that, the legislature was very concerned that the emergency created situations where the government could be susceptible to government overreach. And so they wanted to set parameters moving forward, and as the sponsor put it, to cut through the fever pitch. And that was also for the governor, but also for local governments. So it did limit local government emergency orders, their duration to 7 days, with renewals up to 42 days. And it also added the vaccination passport language as well, along that same line of thinking. And that was a bill that they felt very strongly about, especially that 42-day limit. We were very happy to see SB 14 and HB 327 pass. That was the person seeking shelter public records exemption. That's been on the county agenda for a few years now. The name would still be public, and I think that's to allow people to find each other if they happen to get separated. But their phone number and address would no longer be public, and they would be protected that way. The voluntary ambulance services bill was another bill that the legislature felt very strongly about. It's very uniquely tailored and important to communities here in South Florida. Two of our priorities that did not pass, and also wanted to give a shout out to Representative Casello for his good work on these bills. I know that he had a lot of conversations in the House, particularly with the emergency management after action report exemption. At the end, the House just really wanted more transparency instead of less transparency on the after action reports. We still think that there might be a way that we can walk that line. And then with the administrative telecommunications meetings, shortly after we were able to secure sponsors for that bill, there was some internal disagreement within our own region about how to move forward, what the right approach would be. So that might be something that we'd be pursuing in the coming years.
Thank you, Lauren. To talk a little bit about some of preemptions, just a few of them from Converge, I'm going to turn over to Paul Lowe.
Okay, good morning. And I think everyone here is aware that the legislature has had a particular focus on preemption over the last 5 or 6 years. So this year was really no different. But we'll say that for the 3 bills that are on this page, that thanks to the input from the county and from working with staff and other affiliated stakeholders, we were able to make fairly significant changes to these bills along the way from where they started from. I think in particular, I'll focus on 2 of these bills. The first is home-based businesses. The original bill was a pretty much a straight preemption of the ability of local governments to regulate home-based businesses, but along the way, allowances were made for issues such as parking, the appearance and consistency of the property with the local community, the unaffiliated employees who may be working on the premises, as well as noise, vibration, and odor issues. So there was at least a recognition that these type of issues should be within the purview of the local governments. With regard to impact fees, this is, in some ways, predates the more recent focus on preemption. The impact fees have been under discussion for many years. There was a bill in 2019 to create and codify the rational nexus test in state law. And so this bill follows on that effort by essentially creating a glide path for fees. And so the origination for this glide path on fee increases really, I think, was brought about by certain communities within the state who had imposed fairly significant impact fee increases within a short period of time. So the legislature wanted to create a more predictable environment, both for home builders, but also for home buyers as well, to create a better environment for home buying. So the glide path in Senate Bill 750 and House Bill 337 essentially is 3 parts, which is if the fee increase is 25% or less, it must be implemented over 2 years in equal installments. If it's between 25 and 50%, it must be implemented over 4 years, also in equal installments. But importantly, what we were able to get at the very end of the process was an exception, which is if the local government can demonstrate that there is an extraordinary need for an increase beyond 50%, and in a shorter period of time, they can do that, but they must have 2 public hearings and on that issue, and there needs to be a 2/3 vote of that local government's authority. And so there is at least some recognition of the ability to provide for extraordinary circumstances. Where the bill originally began was essentially a flat cap. And so the evolution of that bill, I think, was important along the way to provide more authority for local control in certain circumstances instead of a statewide cap.
Thank you, Paul. To move on to preemptions, Chapter 2, I will turn to Matthew Blair from Corcoran Partners.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. We'll cover two bills that were in the Senate, 1382 and 1146. You'll see were rolled together as House Bill 667. So I'm going to treat those in the explanation together and then move forward. This allows inspection reports. The modifications were a request for inspections could be made now electronically from a building perspective. Permits a virtual inspection to be performed as well. This would be new. It also would allow local governments, clarifies that local governments, anybody with an authority to inspect under building codes would have the authority to do so on a building. Interestingly, this does prohibit virtual inspections on structural inspections on threshold buildings that are defined in statute as buildings 3 or more stories and either 50 or higher feet. County and municipal code inspections, pretty self-explanatory here. The bill prevents code violations from being phoned in and reported anonymously, and it would require that the person making the complaint's name would be retained. Legal notices, you're aware of this bill. It's been around for several years. This would allow counties, local governments that are required to post notices to do so on publicly accessible websites and forego advertising in the newspaper. There are some requirements for non-fiscally constrained counties that the costs would have to be less by posting on the publicly accessible website than on advertising in the newspaper. What did not pass? Vacation rentals. This bill's been around for several years. It continues to be a priority of a number of folks in the legislature to try to address the vacation rental issues and in a preemption, and we would expect that to come back again next session for renewed discussion and debate.
Thanks, Matt. We will move on to preemptions, Chapter 3, with Johnston and Stewart. I turn the microphone over to Anita Berry.
Thank you, Ed, and good morning. To touch on a couple of additional preemption bills that did pass this session, House Bill 663, Cottage Food Operations, creates a preemption for local governments related to those foods that the Department of Agriculture has deemed safe for production in a residence. So it's going to be things like breads, honey, cakes, anything that doesn't have fruit and vegetables and meats in it. That is an express preemption for local governments. They've also increased the limitation on gross annual sales for those products. So it was originally 50,000 and it is now up to 250,000. Moving on, House Bill 735 is a bill that has been around for a number of years now, preemption of local occupational licensing. That did pass this session. It especially preempts the regulation of occupations that are not substantially similar to a journeyman or a contractor. So it's going to be things like plastering, painting, stuccoing. It's a whole slew of different occupations. We really worked a lot with the Florida Association of Counties on this. Obviously, there was a lot of concerns from local governments. The Palm Beach team was fantastic, providing some examples that you all have that are really beneficial to regulating at the local level. I think home caregivers was one example. You all do some background checks there. There is a date in there, July 1st, 2021. Any local ordinances that are in place before that date can stay in place until July 1, 2023. So there is a little bit of the legislature trying to give the local governments some ability to adapt to this new statewide regulation. That July 1 date is actually better than what was in the original Senate bill, which was January 1st, 2021. So there was at least a couple of months to try to make some changes. We do have some really significant wins, I think, though, on preemptions that did not pass. Both of these bills are Palm Beach County was very active in. Senate Bill 1429 and House Bill 2008 tourism development taxes would have allowed local governments to divert those tourism dollars from their originally intended purposes to flood mitigation products. Not only that, but it would have required a referendum on tourist development taxes, which we all know are primarily paid by our visitors and not necessarily our residents. So we worked significantly really in the Senate on this bill. It was a high priority of House leadership, so there was not a lot that could could be done on that chamber. But in the Senate, we were actually able to kill it in its first committee of reference. It was then added into the tax package on the House side, and we were able to work with the Senate to have that language removed from the tax package that ultimately passed the legislature. So a great win there. And then an additional preemption, a new bill this session, Attorney General matters of great governmental concern, would have basically allowed the Attorney General to be the sole authority to file certain civil proceedings. A great example of this would be the opioid lawsuits that I know the county has participated in. That bill really got a bit confused between the House and the Senate. The Senate decided to put some more purview by the legislature into the bill. That did not sit great with the Attorney General, and there was a bit of food fighting between the House and the Senate on there. We were able to work with the committee chairs, though, to effectively kill that bill for this session, although I do expect it could be back next year.
Anita, thank you. For some agricultural and natural resources legislation, I will turn it back to Frank Bernardino from Anfield.
So probably the most significant piece of legislation that passed in this area arguably is the resiliency legislation. It is the policy side of the $111 million of recurring funding that was taken from Sadowski. The state, through this bill, is going to require the development of a statewide sea level rise projection. And it's going to require, give the Department of Environmental Protection the funds to first help local governments throughout the state do assessments of their vulnerability, and then secondly, implement projects. The department is currently working with the water management districts to establish a grant process by which all local governments in the state will be able to access those funds. And again, very significant piece of legislation. Also, an issue that I know Commissioner McKinley's been working very hard on, all Lake Okeechobee issues, the implementation of North Lake Okeechobee plan. It puts additional priority to the water management district to implement projects to help prevent water from going into the lake, therefore lessening the pressure on the water management district and the Corps to make releases to the estuaries that have caused so much controversy in the last few years.
And finally, local bills. We had 4 local bills that did pass and were signed by the governor. The Village of Wellington bill, sponsored by Representative Matt Wilhite, prohibits the sale and use of fireworks within the equestrian preserve in the Village of Wellington. The Port of Palm Beach updated their salaries and some titles, set salaries in statute at $12,500. That again was from Representative Matt Wilhite. The Indian Trails Improvement District. So this local bill allowed them to investigate the feasibility of converting the district into a municipality. It doesn't do that, but it allows them the process by which to do that, to research that. That was passed by Representative Rick Roth. And the Loxahatchee River ENCON District, they just codified their special acts and had a few conforming changes. And again, that was a bill sponsored by Representative Rick Roth. One bill that did not pass and was not heard in the House was the town of Lake Clark Shores. They were going about trying to involuntary annex the Edgewater Park Enclave that is currently in unincorporated Palm Beach County. I do want to thank Victoria Nolan, the Executive Director of the Palm Beach County Legislative Delegation, for her shepherding these bills through the process. I do also want to take a moment just to thank publicly our lobbying team. As Todd mentioned, it was a very weird session going in. We knew that. These people were our boots on the ground and our phones in the ear. Now that Commissioner McKinley is here, I do want to point out our gratefulness to the FAC lobbying team. Davin Suggs and his team were absolutely spectacular in keeping us up to date on issues that we were working on and that other counties were working on as well. So I want to make sure that they receive their due that they deserve. Some other county staff that worked tirelessly through this process. Deb Drum with ERM, Ramsey Buckley and Willie Swoop worked with us on the impact fee issues. Tanya Davis Johnson worked with us in some of our public works on that bill. And I do want to recognize, Todd mentioned him, but he deserves another recognition. The most valuable player of the legislative team this term is Sean Hall from Palmtran. He was voluntold that he would be part of this team this year and absolutely hit it out of the park. So we appreciate his efforts. I will turn it back to Todd to talk about what might come next in the legislature.
So I think the overriding theme from our presentation today was a lot of preemptions that we saw this last legislative session. And I think that there's no doubt that we're going to see some more of those as we prepare for 2022. Housing and affordable housing is one our team is prepared, and we appreciate the realtors stepping up as well. I know that they're looking at some other ways constitutionally to bring some of those funds back home. And finally, obviously with the tragedy in Surfside, and you'll be hearing a lot about that in the next item, our team will be keenly aware of and tuned into any potential building codes and items that may be coming down the pike this legislative session. So we'll be working closely with this board, paying attention to your direction, and giving you feedback from the legislature as we get that. So thank you, Mayor. We appreciate your indulgence. And that is the report of our legislative team for the 2021 state legislative session.
Very good. Thank you, Todd, and to the entire team. We'll move now to questions from members of the board, and we'll start with Vice Mayor Weinroth and go to Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Todd, for the presentation. I was just wondering about Senate Bill 1146, Matt, as far as its applicability to what we're going to be discussing in a few minutes as far as potentially recertification discussions as far as buildings in Palm Beach County. Does this look like something that might impact our ability to act within this area?
What the legislature did this year obviously allows electronic requests to be made for inspections. That is just an adjustment and was new. It does allow virtual inspections, and it did clarify that anybody that has authority to enforce building codes could authorize and request a virtual inspection, and that be done. It does also specifically, as I mentioned, prohibit structural inspections from being done virtually on those threshold buildings. I think it could be part of the conversation. I don't know that it broadly contributed. I wouldn't suggest that it broadly expanded things in a more risky way. Instead, this allows electronic and also virtual inspections that perhaps should be allowed and maybe allowing for better compliance to occur.
1146 specifically, as you presented, would prohibit local governments from regulating building design elements for residential dwellings with certain exceptions. Does this somehow address, again, a regulatory action of this body?
Yeah, I would feel ill-qualified to offer an opinion from a legal perspective on that. I'm not an attorney. I can represent what was there. How that will flesh out in these coming months, I'm not certain of.
Vice Mayor, one thing that I would add, and there was other legislation that I think is maybe might be even more closely related, and that is on the regulatory side, from a professional side. We have a local board here that regulates some of the professions, many of which are people that work on buildings, in our communities. And so that's one where we had a lot of concern about in terms of that preemption and us not being able to do that on the occupational licenses going forward. And I think some of those kinds of preemptions, they have, very significant outcomes in the future. I mean, those were regulated by industry representatives to make sure that the quality of individuals working on those sites were what they needed to be.
And you've got to wonder whether Senate Bill 60 would have passed if Surfside had occurred before this bill was being heard with respect to anonymous complaints about buildings. But again, hindsight is 20/20. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Weinroth. We'll move now to Commissioner Weiss and then to Commissioner Sacks.
Thank you. Thank you for the really comprehensive and excellent report. Couple things. One is I wanted on the Restore Ex-Offender Reentry Program. Thank you all for your work on that. That program, right after being elected, I had the opportunity to go out and visit Sago Palm and met with a few of the offenders in that program. And in the intervening years now, have had the opportunity to re-engage with some of them and to see their success in turning their lives around and getting back on the right track. And it wouldn't have happened. I'm assured that it would not have happened without having the support, coming back into the community, being prepared and getting some of that. And so I've seen firsthand and really think, the one thing, the message to take back is that they're making a difference in not only in the people's lives, but in our community, making our community a better, safer place for everybody. And the other comment is on SB 266, a home-based business. And again, this is really a message for our residents to understand the potential impact that this may have on their neighborhoods, that we are no longer going to be able, there's no guarantee your neighborhood is going to be just people living next door to you. You are potentially going to have businesses operating that you would see normally in a commercial area, operating unencumbered next door to you. It's unfortunate that we will no longer to have that kind of protection available, so that when people buy a home, that they know that they're buying into a residential neighborhood and they're not buying into a commercial district. And I think the implications of this, hopefully this is something as this rolls out and the impacts are being felt, that the legislature can review and maybe make some modifications that will help folks be able to have the peaceful enjoyment of their property and be able to live unencumbered by those things going on around them. So that would be my hope, that hopefully we can get that revisited. But thank you all for your work. I know it was a very tough year.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss, Commissioner Sacks, and then to Commissioner McKinley.
Thank you so much for all that you do, and I can see that you've expanded your team, Todd, and Ed, you've done an amazing job of bringing in some of the best and the brightest of Tallahassee. I just knew that it was going to be a tough year. You did too. Even just trying to connect with legislators must have been a challenge. And I'm really going to ask for something that you may or may not be able to answer, but do you foresee any possibility of a statewide law that would bring into account what occurred on June 24th at Surfside in terms of building regulations, condo law 718, Florida statutes, insurance regulations of those buildings east of I-95 being covered by Citizens Property Insurance. And again, this is prospective. This was all done pre-Surfside. But do you foresee any either roadblocks or anything that we should be aware of as we discuss what, if anything, we should do here in Palm Beach County with regard to building and structural inspections, things like that? Thank you.
Commissioner Sacks, we had actually a conversation amongst our team earlier this morning on that issue as we were starting to think about next session. Obviously, leadership in the House has already come out and said before we even do anything, we're going to wait and see what the professionals and what reports come out of the situation in Surfside. But I think that there's probably going to be some initial hesitancy to jump in there and start doing some statewide types of changes, even though that's probably the most appropriate place for some of those things to occur. But again, there's going to be a lot of time between now and the beginning of the legislative session. So we'll see. But the feedback that we've been getting so far is not that this is going to be the first thing on legislators' plates when they get back to Tallahassee. I think they're going to be very cautious, and I think even within the industry, you're starting to see within the industry differences of some opinions. So we'll wait to hear what all the information is and what they gather. But I expect that it obviously is going to be a big topic of conversation when we get to Tallahassee.
And as a follow-up, Todd, is it true, and I don't know the answer to this, but is it true that session will start in January of next year? Which means, and I'm looking at my former chief of staff there, Vicki Nolan, which means that committees start in September of this year.
Correct.
So it could be possible that as we start committees meetings in September of this year, which is not that far away, that there would not be a bill presented during that period of time that would tackle head-on these issues of high-rise buildings here, especially here in Palm Beach County.
That's possible. And correct, it does start in January. Committees will start in September, most likely. And again, we'll see. But I know that the House has already indicated they're going to wait to just, hear from the experts and get all of their information together before committing to anything. But individual legislators are allowed to file bills, as you know. So I'm sure we'll see a variety of them that'll be filed.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacks. Commissioner McKinley.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm a little discombobulated. 35 minutes ago, I was landing on the tarmac at Palm Beach International Airport. So kudos to our airport. I think it's the only one where you can land and be in a commission meeting after picking up your luggage and getting through a parking garage in less than 20 minutes. So hats off to them. Successful trip to Washington. If this was a federal update, I'd give you a whole bunch of news. Just a couple of things. First, I don't know what I missed. You can text on a plane, but you can't watch video. I don't know if I missed any comments about what Frank Bernardino went through this year. He was in a pretty serious car accident and still managed to make it to committee meetings and participate and successfully reel in $48 million for the C-51 reservoir. So, Frank, you're a hero, and we're glad that you're okay. I also want to thank Jonathan Kilman and Jeff Johnson for hosting me at lunch several times and giving me all the updates and the behind-the-scenes scoop when I had to be up there. Sean and Candace for taking late-night phone calls, and Candace for hosting me in her office when I wasn't working in the FAC office. I did spend quite a bit of time up there this session, but you guys were all phenomenal, and oftentimes I didn't know what Ed and Todd had told you to do, and I was throwing different assignments at you. Successful funding for workforce training in the Glades, well over $1 million because of that effort. So thank you very much. We've got, TELUS, for instance, has 100 job openings right now that they're not able to fill because we need to train the workforce. And so looking forward to getting those programs off the ground. A couple of other things I'm going to do something I don't often do. I'm going to thank a couple of members of the legislative leadership. The first one, I want to thank Speaker Sprowls for holding the line on FRS reform. Even though there was bills filed in the Senate which would have seriously changed the way our employees get retirement, and we all know that they don't make as much as they do in the private sector, and so one of the tools that we have to attract a good workforce is that retirement benefit. And even though there were concessions proposed to carve out our first responders, some that our mayor didn't agree with the FRS reform. And the reason the problem with doing carve-outs is you dwindle the system so much that those carve-outs aren't necessarily protections in the long term. And I appreciate Speaker Sprowls for recognizing that and holding the line on those reforms. Also, we were able to receive another $282,000 this year for the Butterfly House, which is the medical forensic exam for sexual assault victims at Wellington Regional. I just spent the last 6 days in Washington, D.C., listening to the Joyful Heart Foundation, which is Mariska Hargitay's foundation. If you don't know her, it's Detective Olivia Benson on Law & Order SVU, and Commissioner Sally Heyman out of Miami-Dade County talking about the rape kit backlog and how it is growing. It was well over 250,000 kits in the country that have not been tested. Florida has done a good job, but we need to continue to do that. So the funding for the Butterfly House will help make that happen. And in that same breath, I want to thank Senate President Wilton Simpson, who really pushed for legislation that will require the creation of sexual assault response teams in every one of Florida's counties. Our team, we have an award-winning team here in Palm Beach County. Not every county has that, and he made sure that that happened. So I want to say thank you to him. And Todd already touched on the Sadowski, happy to hear that the realtors are taking on that lawsuit. It's good to have more money this year, but I appreciate their lawsuit to make sure everything that's supposed to be in that fund gets in that fund. And then the last thing I want to say, there is a lot of talk on mental health this session, and you know, when we talk about ideas for next session, and I know you're going to come back and you're going to present a proposal to us, but a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to drive along with a guy we call Bull. His name is Tom Bull. He's a retired firefighter from Orange County Fire Rescue, who his first mission was to raise awareness on cancer and cancer rates in our firefighters, and that led to our taking the lead on cancer presumption in our union contract, and then the state taking efforts to make sure that same protection was provided across the state. He has shifted. I mean, not only is he now focusing on cancer presumption, but he is focusing on mental health awareness and preventing firefighter suicide. And I'm quite certain we broke some laws. I traveled along I-95 with him for about a 75-mile stretch, and we stopped at every mile marker, and he hangs a black and red ribbon with an American flag in the name of a firefighter that's either passed away from suicide or passed away from cancer. And I would like to talk with you all about doing some sort of legislation. Maybe Representative Williamson will work with us about making those types of memorials on those mile markers legal, and maybe trying to figure out a way to do that creatively. I briefly mentioned it to Representative Latvala, so I'd love to follow up with you, and in light of recent events in our county, it's more timely now than ever, so would appreciate working with you guys on that. But we have the best team in the state of Florida. It was a really crappy year for preemptions on local government. Quite an interesting time to be an association president. Was happy to hand over that gavel, but still involved on the executive board. It's not going to get better. We know that you guys have a lot of clients, and sometimes it puts you in a little bit of conflict, but you've always stood up for local government. We appreciate that, and the best team in Florida. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinley. And on behalf of the entire board, yourself included, let me again thank you for your service as the Florida Association of Counties president and your leadership on an ongoing basis in communicating our ideals and values to the legislature. We're deeply appreciative, and to the lobby team as well. And Ed, you took on a special role this year as well in the COVID response. So you were wearing many hats, and we're deeply appreciative to you. And Sean, the recognition is well deserved. So without any further questions for members of the board, a motion is in order. Commissioner Weiss's motion has made a motion to receive and file on agenda item 6F1, seconded by Vice Mayor Weinroth. There's no further comment or public, members of the public. All in favor? All opposed? That motion passes 6-0 with Commissioner Bernard absent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take just a 5-minute recess to let the lobby team exit their way out of the chamber and let the leaders on 6G1 take their place. I wanted to give my colleagues a heads up that the present plan is to take this item up, take a brief recess for lunch, take matters by the public at 2, and then handle the budget matters and conclude with that and commissioner comments. So if there's any objection or more creative ideas, please let me know. We'll call the Board of County Commissioners back to order for the July 13th, 2021 public hearing and meeting. We are presently on the regular agenda item 6G1, Planning, Zoning, and Building, regarding developing and implementing a recertification program for certain tall and large-scale building types in Palm Beach County. Obviously, this is in response to and contemplation of Surfside and the tragedy that happened in Miami-Dade County, and prospectively what we can do here in our beloved county to ensure that this tragedy, or type of tragedy, never occurs again. With that said, we have some very well-trained and professional members of our county government administration, and I'll start with Patrick Rudder, Assistant County Administrator. Sir, you're recognized.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon. Yes, we are here following the tragedy in Surfside. It moved so many of us. Before we begin working, identifying folks at the table with us, Doug Wise, your building official, Ramsley Bulkley, Planning and Zoning Building Director, and Chelsea gets to stay with us for yet another item. So that's our crew here. Very briefly, shortly after the events, that Administrator Baker directed us to begin working on thoughts, ideas, identifying what we do, practices, and Doug will get into more detail. One of the primary ones was reaching out to League of Cities and convening discussions with other building officials and professionals as well. So we've done a fair bit of work in a very short period of time, but we're here today to get that initial direction from the board on parameters where you may or may not want us to go. We've got some thoughts identified, but we're seeking your direction. And Whitney Carroll, our Deputy Director of PZB, is joining us as well. So look forward to hearing your feedback, receiving your direction today. And with that, I will hand it over to Doug to walk us through the presentation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. As you'll see in the PowerPoint, following direction from County Administration, the League of Cities assisted us in coordinating a meeting of building officials at the Vista Center. And I was really excited with such short notice that we got all the building officials in the room. There was like only 2 jurisdictions that weren't represented. There was a lot of discussion about the tragedy, and the group felt it was really early to move forward on things because we don't know what happened yet. But clearly something went wrong, and the existing program down there didn't identify it. So the consensus was to move forward with a model program. Some jurisdictions, West Palm Beach, Boca, announced they're going to move forward anyways, but there was consensus they wanted to have a uniform model countywide. They didn't want to have it, this way in Boca, this way in West Palm Beach, Jupiter doing something else. They wanted to all be on the same page. It will be legally possible to do a model code amendment through Chapter 1 with modifications to Chapter 1. That's what Broward did. If you look at in your packets, you should have received a copy of the Broward model, and that was amendments to Section 110 of the Florida Building Code. So that's Chapter 1, which we do periodically here. Everybody in the group felt like 40 years was too long. We couldn't agree on a time frame. There was discussion of a graduated scale, based on, the exposure of the building, the type of construction, the height of the building, and the perceived risk. So there's a lot of ways that, to look at how you do the metric of when it needs to get recertified. It was also resolved at that meeting they wanted the fire marshals in the room because they hadn't been invited to the first meeting. In hindsight, it was obvious because these buildings get inspected by the fire marshals periodically. Oh, I'm sorry, next slide. All right, I went past all this, okay. You want to run, you want to drive? I can't drive and talk, I don't think. So following that, we coordinated a meeting with industry stakeholders. We reached out to the AGC, the ABC, the Florida Structural Engineers Association, the Gold Coast Builders Association, ASCE Palm Beach, AIA Palm Beach, and we even reached out to BOMA, trying to get the Building Owners and Managers Association folks out of Fort Lauderdale to participate. And by and large, everybody came. We didn't see anybody from BOMA, but you'll see on the list. Next slide, Ramsey, you got that? Okay. And then, you know, we had a lot of folks from all throughout industry were there, participated, actively engaged. A lot of great perspectives came in. You know, some of these folks were really highly skilled technical structural engineers doing forensic engineering, and they were all like directors or leaders from those associations. So it was a pretty good meeting. On WebEx, we had a number of folks too that dialed in. In particular, Carmelo Giglio was a past president of the Florida Structural Engineering Association, Palm Beach branch, and he was very vocal on the things that he thought that we should be looking at and considering. And there were a lot of other folks that were really involved. Rick Logan from AIA is another kind of well-known guy in the neighborhood. And our friends from GL were involved.
Mr. Wise, let
Sir.
me just take a brief pause on this because this occurred on 7/6/2021.
Yes, sir.
And there was a lot of brain power and institutional knowledge in that building at that point in time. And as we sit here for the first time as the Board of County Commissioners, are we aware of any imminent situation, any building deficiency or structure that we should be aware of that causes this group of officials to be alarmed?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay, very good. Now I'd like to go from this point forward with that knowledge having been given to the board. Thank you. Madam Administrator.
Mayor, just to frame it, when that unfortunate incident happened at Surfside, I felt that we should be taking a proactive role. And so that's when I called Richard Radcliffe to say, Richard, we need to bring our groups together so that we can talk about this and at least start the initial discussion.
Absolutely, and we all are very thankful for that
That's
proactive
the only
approach.
reason, yes.
Yes, believe me, I just want to frame the conversation from
Yes.
this point forward, that as we sit here in this county, we as the elected body over this regional government are not aware of any present imminent danger to anybody in this jurisdiction. And from this point forward, we're having a discussion and focusing the issues a little bit more clearly. And I won't interrupt you, hopefully from this point on. Commissioner Sachs, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. And I think this is just the lawyer in me, but if I may just continue on with that question, Mayor, and to our staff today, what we are discussing today was a discussion, was a sort of a brain trust of structural engineers and folks who are involved in building. However, y'all had a conversation. There were no inspections afterwards, or there were no reports from structural engineers with regard to particular or specific buildings within the county.
Not to my knowledge, no, ma'am.
Okay, so what we need to know then is that at this point in time, when we're all sitting here, we are discussing your conversation. No one here was there, but we're discussing your conversation that you had with structural engineers and some of the top brains in our county. But subsequent to that, there has not been any inspections of any buildings within the county.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
Not by unincorporated county staff.
Okay, just want to be sure. So we really don't know if there are any structural issues as we sit here today with any buildings based on your conversations that we're reviewing here today.
No, I'm not aware of anything.
Thank you, sir. Just wanted to be sure.
And again, let me just reiterate, thank you, Madam Administrator, for your proactive approach in convening the 39 presumably building officials and county staff and other members of the industry. I think I speak for the board when I say we're very appreciative. We've been kept in the loop on that, and we thank you for your proactive leadership on it.
Yeah, and I apologize if it was misleading. When I was talking about Mr. Giglio, he does those kind of inspections in Broward and Dade counties, and that was the experience he was relaying to the group. So I didn't mean to mislead anybody. So at the July 6th stakeholder meeting, Obviously, the discussion was if we did a program in Palm Beach County, if the Board of County Commissioners directs us to do so, it should have a time frame that varies depending on the structure. Not only location and age, but the nature of the structure. One of the engineers pointed out that when you're dealing with the foundations, different buildings can behave differently, and when you're dealing with the slabs in the buildings, the floor slabs, you're dealing with different things. One of the examples was when you drive a pile on a large building, you drive that pile, you're measuring how much force it takes to insert the pile into the ground. But when you do an auger pile, and there's other kinds of piles that you do, it's just theoretical. You're dealing with the geology and a calculation of the soil-bearing capacity based on the size of the auger pile. You don't know for certain what exactly you're dealing with, so there has to be some monitoring on that. So those were some of the things that were brought up, which I learned during the meeting with some of these folks, and I like to learn stuff too. Corrosion was a big point of discussion, and waterproofing everybody was talking about waterproofing. If you have failed waterproofing, the steel will corrode. Concrete is not waterproof unless it's especially treated to be so. And balconies were a concern no matter where they are, even away from the coastline. The national code has moved towards looking at balconies even more stringent now. Recent changes in the 2020 Florida Building Code included those changes. So we're looking at waterproofing and sealing around balconies because of the damage that happens, not just in large buildings, but in little houses. So then, again, at the request of county administration, the League of Cities helped us coordinate a second meeting for the jurisdictions with the fire marshals present. At that time, there was discussion of creating a subcommittee to actually get down and start drafting paper, a model. So they're going forth and they're going to draft a model for consideration for adoption by the other jurisdictions. One of the key points that came out of that meeting and everybody was unclear on, we're talking about threshold buildings. Now, threshold buildings are defined by statute of over 3 stories, over 50 feet, over 5,000 square foot area, over 500 people. And so there's a number of parameters, but they already have special requirements in the statute. And I think a copy of the statute was in your packet, which is 553.791. And in there you'll read there's all the language about the threshold. We have to give it to a GC. There has to be a special inspector, which is basically a threshold inspector. There's also a specialty shoring inspector that we're supposed to monitor is out there. And I guess the key takeaway from all that is that county staff is not qualified to do these inspections. Let me be clear. We're not qualified to do threshold inspections. We're responsible to monitor that there are threshold inspections going on and that we're checking the reports from the threshold inspector and making sure that the specialty shoring has been inspected by the threshold inspector. So there's a whole bunch of regulation already in place on these buildings, as is shown in I think the next slide. There was also discussion about tracking the history of these buildings over time. So this is the layers of regulations that are in there. And so, we're already doing this. What you're seeing on this slide right now, we're already doing on every one of these tall buildings. If it's more than 3 stories, if it's a threshold building. If the commission wants us to go forward on something, we would have to have something new in unsafe buildings. And let's go on to the next slide. So 116 is our unsafe building language. There it is. That's what it says for us to do. And that's what we do right now. I mean, we routinely, I don't want to say routinely because it's never routine when you're taking away somebody's property, but we go through the process. We inspect the building, we photograph it, we give them a notice. That notice is recorded in the public records against the property. The steps are on the next page that we go through: written notice, posting at the courthouse. We publish in the newspaper. I was interested to see that the legislative committee just noticed that there may be a way to post without going to the newspaper. So we're going to look at that. We get back to the office. I was not aware of that till this moment, or a little while ago. We order the building vacated. We disconnect utilities as necessary, and we demolish the building. And we've done that a number of times, in probably, since I've been here, we've probably done 30, 40 buildings in the county. Now, most of them are single families, but there's a commercial building in your packet. And again, typically the owner makes the corrections, but sometimes it's not. So here's what we see. This is a case in multifamily. This is actually in Century Village. Somebody wanted a walk-in tub. Unfortunately, they hired somebody who wasn't properly licensed and didn't pull permits. So we found out about this when the downstairs neighbor complained that the ceiling in their bathroom was like falling in. So we opened the ceiling, and this is what we find. And you see those bars running across. That's the rebar that's hanging out of the concrete. Okay, so this is no good, and this was a big deal. It had to go to code enforcement. Obviously, when we have like 16, 18 people in the building, we're not going to condemn a whole building when there's multifamily, a lot of people in there. But we did condemn those 2 units. The top unit and the bottom unit, they were evicted from the unit, had to get out. We went through the code enforcement process. We got assistance from them. Fire was involved, and we made them get an engineer to fix it. Here's another one on South Military. This is a commercial storefront. The commercial storefront fell off the front of the building because the roof drains had not been basically cleaned routinely. So it filled up with water, and it pulled the whole front of the building off. So this one was recently demolished. The whole thing is gone now. This is a big clubhouse we were dealing with. I think this is Sherbrooke. Some may remember this. It was catastrophic fire. So we deal with these buildings all the time. I'm not saying that we like dealing with them. This is the nature of what we do. We're about building safety. So it happens. So I was trying to give you some pictures of what happens from how spalling is created. This is actually some new construction. I think Mr. Rudder and Mr. Bulkley were both on site when we were looking at this stuff. But this was a new project where there was steel hanging out of it, and we rejected it. And we made a big scene. We stopped the job, made him bring in engineers. And the last page, if you want to show that, Ramsey, would be, this is ongoing concrete restoration in a neighborhood down the road a little ways. And this is what we see all the time. These buildings are 50 to 70 years old, okay? But as long as they're maintained, life is good. And that's the reality. As long as the POA is maintaining it, life is good. So looking at the scale of the project, and I'm going to thank Patrick for pulling in Patricia Ben's group to give us data on what we're looking at. If we did a program, how many buildings do we have? And it's a little bit challenging. We realized we weren't capturing all the data that we might need in our database. Hindsight's easy, but we weren't capturing the number of stories in the database. We are on the plans, and we capture threshold buildings, so we know whenever we issue a permit on a threshold building, which we talked about earlier, but we don't know how many commercial we have. We're going to have to go track them all down. We'll pull all the threshold permits, and we're going to look at the volume of data so we can get a handle for what the workload would be like if the commission directs us to go forward and do something. But I want to thank Patricia for pulling that together, and they got a nice map. You can see where it is for North County, South County. And I would agree with, I think, what was said earlier. The lion's share of this work is in the municipalities. Unincorporated county has its share, but we don't have the lion's share like the municipalities do. So, South Palm Beach, they're looking at this. Palm Beach is looking at this. A lot of folks are looking at this very closely. I know Juneau's looking at it. Talked to a lot of folks. So the map shows where they are and the age of them. And again, these are condos. These don't identify commercial. So we've got to go do some more work to pull that back. So the last slide is sort of, here's what your options are, I think. And we're looking for direction from you guys. What do you want us to do? We can go forward and create model administrative amendments for the county. We'll work with the cities. We always work with the cities. So, and I thought that was really good pulling them in because, the league was able to pull a lot of people in a room. I would have never been able to do that. If Doug Wise calls them up, they're not coming. But, Richard Radcliffe calls the mayors, and, they all came. So that was pretty good. So Chapter 1, changes there in section 116, and 110 Broward is where they put it. So I think the teeth would be in 116, which is the unsafe structures. I think the inspection program would be in 110 if we go forth on that. And maybe we put some language in the certificate of occupancy that documents that you can, you could basically revoke a CO for an unsafe, if they don't maintain it properly. So that would be basically a formal recertification. Unfortunately, a program like that will require enforcement staffing. I liked the suggestion that came out, was actually from Mr. Rutter, was a good one, an annual form that once you identify the structures that they send in a form. Say, hey, we're monitoring our building, we're checking it, we know we have so many years if you do that. The other thing we talked about a little bit is, you know, there's bound to be, I believe, statutory changes coming down the pike from Tallahassee. But maybe you guys know more if you were up at you know, what was going on with them. But I've never found that they don't get involved in a crisis like this. Andrew caused changes to the Florida building codes. You know, 9/11 caused changes to the international building code that are now in the Florida code. So there's a lot of changes that come down when there's a situation, a tragedy like this. The building industry does learn, and the building codes all came out of that. The building codes came out of the fire in Chicago, the Great London Fire. I mean, all those tragedies led to the building codes that we enjoy today. And I'm going to tell you, to your question, Commissioner, I believe the buildings in Palm Beach County are safe, and the residents can rely on, you know, the building officials and the inspectors in this county have been working for decades to keep them safe, to enjoy this. You know, what happened there is a tragedy, and I wouldn't wish that on anybody, but there's more going on with that. If you look at the consideration there, they knew about some things in 2016. They knew about things in 2018. And I have to say what I believe, in this county, that wouldn't have happened. We knew about that in 2018. There would have been a placard on that building. You fix this in so many days, or you're going to vacate. And that's what we end up doing. We have to make those hard choices. I'm going to point out 1515 South Flagler, if anybody's familiar with that one. I was involved in the demolition of that building. I had to permit it. I didn't condemn it. My predecessor condemned the building, and I inherited it when I took over at West Palm Beach. Riviera Beach, we had to deal with the Tierra, thank you, senior moment. Yeah, the Tierra, that one, remember, there was big holes in the side of it. So we deal with that. We had the Carefree Theater in West Palm Beach, the facade fell off. We had the old lumber place on Clematis Street, the front fell off that. So, I mean, buildings get demolished, that, you know, you do that. I'm not saying you're gonna go demolish all the high-rises in the county. I'm saying the POAs need to have a reserve, and they need to use that reserve to basically inspect the building, and you can't do it with a handyman. You can't patch the concrete with a handyman. It takes special expertise to do this. And that was one of the points that was discussed by industry representatives when we had that discussion. So, and the last couple of bullet points, I mean, I can't say that enough. It's not getting assessments on our residents. That's not it. The cost of the maintenance of the building is what it is. But if you defer the maintenance, it's going to cost more. It might cost lives. I mean, that's the truth of it. So, you know, everybody says, well, you're going to make it cost money for me. No, I'm not going to make it cost money. It is what it costs. You want to live on the beach, maintain it. And I am sympathetic. This should never happen. I mean, that was my first reaction. This should never have happened. So I was angry. So we'll see. Statutory changes are needed, and that's the last point I have. If you have any questions for us, I'll be happy to.
Yeah, we'll definitely have some questions. But as an initial reaction, and I'll turn it over to the board here in just a second, it's the enforcement that gives life to the words in the statutes. Yep. And it sounds like there's a very robust system of enforcement in this county. When you said that this wouldn't happen in this county, or at least in our jurisdiction, that's a reflection of the enforcement mechanisms that are in place and in use. It's one thing to have words in a law book, but if there's nothing to stand behind that, then it's not effective. The other thing is, every time we build a road or a building for as a county facility or county infrastructure, this board hears from whatever department's making that presentation about renewal and replacement and maintenance of that asset. And that's the same concept that is true in a home, in a condo building, or an RV, or a vehicle. And from where I sit, the point that you made about anticipating and planning for ongoing maintenance and repair to these large structures is the key to the underlying safety to it. The government has a role to play here, but ultimately, if you move into or buy into or rent in a facility, whether it's coastal or not, whether it's 3 stories or 50 stories, you have to be prepared to pay for the safety and welfare of that building structure itself. And I think that might become a larger issue when these decisions are made to either build or buy or live in a structure, much like Surfside. We will open up the board, the questions to the board now. We'll start with Vice Mayor Weinroth and then go to Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, obviously, as we've looked at this unfolding catastrophe in Surfside, every one of us want to do something. But I'm just worried that we may run into this so quickly without having the full facts. And as you said in your presentation, we still don't know what caused the catastrophic collapse of a condominium. That doesn't normally happen. I think this is probably the first time we've seen this happen. In South Florida, I've never heard it happen in the United States before, but may have. So I think from what you're saying, certainly, like Andrew, this is going to change building codes going forward. This is going to change the way we look at things. But I want to make sure that we're not walking into this thing with the idea that we're going to correct this if we don't know what we're trying to correct. So I think we need more time to understand what it was that created this collapse. Not that we should just sit by idly. I think we understand that with Broward and Miami-Dade having a recertification process in place, it certainly behooves us to be looking at putting a recertification process in place in our county. And 40 years obviously is too long, demonstrated by this collapse. But I think that we're going to need to also recognize that there are going to be impacts to anything we're doing as to the value of these condominium units that people are living in. The value, the resale value or the value of these condominium units is going to be impacted. The people who live there, many on fixed income, are going to find themselves very quickly facing special assessments that are going to drive them out of those condominiums. Because from what I understand at Surfside, they had the report that you alluded to in 2018. Their condominium board tried to have a special assessment that was pushed back from the residents because they did not want to embrace a significant special assessment. And ultimately, because of the condo politics, the fact is, if the condo board doesn't want to get voted out, they have to bend to their residents. So there's a lot of competing factors here, and it's not just for us to say today, we're going to recertify and we're going to tell you if you don't fix it in a year, 6 months, 3 months, we're going to condemn you and throw you out. There's a lot of competing things going on here, and I'm sure I see our representatives from the real estate community here and from the contractors here, and I'm sure they all are cognizant of the issue that we have to address here. But I think that we need to balance what is going on here, and again, also look at the differences of buildings, east of 95, west of 95, 7 stories, 25 stories. I'm hearing from, and I'm going to ask you a question, Doug. One of the things that was said about construction back 40, 50 years ago is that you used to take beach sand and mixed it into the cement because it was nice and convenient. It was right there. And they built these buildings with the beach sand, which obviously had salt in it. Do we have any way of knowing if any of that occurred in Palm Beach County?
I have not heard that here. I have heard that in Dade and Broward County back in the day. I think that is something that a forensic engineer could investigate, sample the concrete. I mean, it's a pretty simple matter to measure it. I think that could be done, but I'm not aware anybody's doing that actively.
I'm struck by your comment, and I think you're right. We don't have the expertise to ourselves get out there and do these inspections. I think we need to be in a position to mandate the recertification and to review the structural engineers' reports that are then generated as a result of this, and then have you and your staff make an evaluation of what the corrective action should be, or if it's not, if there's not a process for making the building safe, then going through the condemnation procedures. But I don't think we want to be the ones stepping in and certifying or recertifying these buildings. I don't think that we as a county want the liability. So
I would agree with you wholeheartedly. I don't want anyone on my staff certifying a building is safe. That's got to be a third-party design professional with the appropriate credentials.
So I guess my point is that we certainly need to respond to this tragedy. I think there's probably a unanimous agreement we need a recertification process. How that's going to be, what the criteria is going to be, what happens when the recertification process identifies structural defects, how much time you're going to give a condo to fix it, because again, you're talking about millions of dollars. You're not talking about thousands of dollars. And millions of dollars means special assessments in the tens and 20s and $50,000 range for residents, again, who do not have the wherewithal to suddenly come up with that money. So I think we have to be really cognizant of what we're doing here and not overreact. And again, was it a sinkhole? Was it a fact that this was just a defective design? Was it the limestone was leaching because of the water intrusion? Is it sea level rise? These are none of the things that we know until forensic structural engineers get in there and start making some decisions. But I think we have to do the preliminaries. I also think this needs to be a county-wide solution. That I'm sorry to hear that a couple of our municipalities feel that they want to go it alone, and I can understand, excuse me.
Well, when you said go it alone, do you mean they're just going to progress further, but model legislation may still be on the table for those jurisdictions?
Yeah, I think what I heard from the meeting is, the mayors had made statements, we're going to go ahead and bring forward ordinances to do this. And, and they're willing to participate in the group to get a global kind of county-wide program that would work. But, they're under political mandates to move forward because there is political perception involved, as you guys all know.
And again, I know that there will be a ordinance introduced this month in the city of Boca Raton to have a system of some recertification. And I think that while I understand their zeal, I think that we're much better served to have a more comprehensive approach to this, whether it's countywide or whether it's statewide. And obviously, we have Representative Casello here. I don't know if he's hearing any discussion yet, and certainly in September, I'm sure that, I know the representative from Miami, he's already made a statement that he's going to bring that forward. So I just think we need to be deliberate. We need not deal with this thing as the next building is going to fall down next week. God help us, I hope not. But I don't want it to be that we are going to rush into this and create more problems for residents of condominiums than we're solving. So I think we need to be deliberate about this. I think we certainly need to be doing this on a comprehensive basis. I applaud you for getting the municipalities involved because frankly, most of this is going to be in the incorporated areas, because they're the ones who are developed along the ocean, and they're the ones who have the predominant problem of salt water and salt air intruding into those foundations and creating the kind of problems I think ultimately they'll identify as creating this disaster. So I think that I am going to be certainly in favor of moving forward with a recertification process by mandating an outside structural engineer doing a recertification, but then we have to decide what enforcement and what timelines we're going to set up so that this is something that can be done in an effective way, but also taking into account we have residents out there that we can't just disregard and essentially force them out of their homes because they can't afford the remediation that's going to be identified. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And to the Vice Mayor's point with regards to being deliberate, the last final point you make in your presentation says statutory changes are needed, and there's 4 exclamation points. I think the board's going to want to hear a little bit more about your perspective on that. But as a threshold issue, as we leave here today, I would assume the board, as I am, interested in knowing that we do have an effective system of enforcement in our jurisdiction right now. You made those statements. It's your belief that Surfside would not happen in our jurisdiction because of that measure. Is there anything this board needs to do moving forward with regards to ensuring the veracity of our enforcement procedures in the future?
With our enforcement procedures, no, not at this point. We respond when people call us with concerns. We're going out and looking at things. We're not certifying buildings, to clarify that point. But if somebody complains about something, we'll go out and look at it and see if it appears to be needs further investigation. And in that case, we would ask them to get an engineer. But that being said, my last bullet point is intended to really point at the association law. As you pointed out, you have volunteers, unpaid volunteers, serving as the president, as the vice president, as the treasurer, basically dealing with these condos. And as we've discussed, millions of dollars of potential fees to basically repair and maintain these condos. So I think that's where there really is serious legislation needed to look at that, to make sure, how did Surfside get that way? Champlain Towers South, I think it was. You know, there's another identical building to that, just a block north, and it's in pretty good condition. They inspected it, supposedly the Dade folks inspected it, and people are in it, living in it. They didn't have to move out. But the other one was apparently not maintained. There may have been other factors. We don't know all of it, but it's all going to come out. But the reality is, it should never have gotten that bad. If people are complaining about your building groaning and, you know, making strange noises, and I guess the pool decks collapsed first, I mean, that's like, you can't have it in 2018 that there is serious problems, and then in 2021 they're just now getting around to trying to fix it. And the other thing we were talking about, and I don't want to get into the weeds because we get into the weeds, but you know, we will develop all the things that the Vice Mayor is concerned about. We're not going to get into the weeds on that today. We just want to know what you'd like us to do. But you know, there was a strong discussion about condo associations can shop engineers. That's the other part of it, and we get that all the time in my business when I'm saying I need an engineer to certify this. And you know, there's the old argument, and I don't want to say anything bad about any of the professions because my father was a professional engineer and was a structural engineer, and you know, his ethics were among the highest of anybody I ever met. But you can get engineers to give you a letter to say almost anything if you know, the price is right. And I hate to say that.
It's not limited to that profession, believe me.
Okay. Well, but so my point is, that's another part of the program we have to work out. If we do a model, how's that going to work? Do you pre-register the engineers? You know, I like the suggestion Patrick made with the form, and my suggestion was pre-register that engineer so I know who the engineer for that building is, so I get a report every year, every so many years or whatever, that they're monitoring the building and it's good, and all of a sudden they come in with a different engineer alarm flags, you know? Because that makes me nervous. When you build a building, there's one engineer. There's one architect. I mean, some of the systems might have different engineers on it, but for the life of the building, they're responsible for that building for as long as they're alive. So, I mean, that's my thought. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Weiss, you recognized, and then to Commissioner Sacks.
Thank you, and thank you, Administrator Baker, for being proactive on this. I do really appreciate that, and I think the residents and folks here in Palm Beach County also appreciate your proactivity in taking this on. Yeah, and echoing what my colleagues have said, I do think we do need to move forward, but a couple of points I want to make. Miami-Dade had a process. Broward has a process. That process didn't work. So, at least in this case, we know that they were aware of issues going on with that building, and things didn't happen. So, the process itself needs to be looked at and on maybe best practices. One of my questions to you, and I know Broward and Miami-Dade are the only two counties in Florida that I'm aware of that have these kind of programs, but I would encourage and in fact ask you to look outside of Florida. I know there are other jurisdictions around the country that are on the near the coast, and probably some even inland, that have programs requiring recertification. So expand what you're going to look at and review with your professional folks. The other thing, and I have to say, I was sort of taken aback by this, but there in my research coming into this meeting, I found an article stating that Florida does not have specific licensing requirements for structural engineers, and by state law, any professional engineer can sign off on building plans and inspections. And of course, now we heard today that we can't enforce our occupational licensing requirements in this county. And that to me is very concerning. And that's something, and Representative Casello, I'm glad you're here. That is something that the state needs to take up. I believe there are people, professional associations that have been in contact with the state of Florida, lobbying for that. So I hope that proceeds, because people need to know for certain that the right people with the right qualifications are the ones doing this work. The other thing was, apparently there's been fees being collected on all condos, apartments, and mobile homes in the state of Florida annually. And those fees are going, again, sorry, Representative Casello, to the state. And the vast, vast majority of those funds that were being collected specifically to support these boards of associations in both educational programs and inspection and enforcement are being swept by the legislature. Something like 80% of the funds are being redirected, and there are in fact no more enforcement. What is it, the Department of Professional
Business and DBPR.
Yep, no longer has any enforcement mechanisms. So that may be something, some other area to look at. But clearly, we have an opportunity to reset the clock, if you will, and put in place a program. Again, understanding the potential, the impacts, but ultimately it is about the health, safety, and welfare of the people. And if buildings are not being maintained properly and they're dangerous, we cannot allow, morally, it would be wrong to allow people to be put in that kind of risk. And I know you all, you get called out into my district specifically. I know of cases where you've been notified of potential concerns. You've gone out on behalf of the reporting folks and looked at the situation and immediately taken action working. And I have to say, the cooperation, you get cooperation to get these issues addressed. But it happens in smaller condos and I'm sure it happens in private homes and all of that. But it is important, and I appreciate the work you're doing, and I look forward to what you're able to bring back. But the other thing, one other point to make is that I think the other thing that we need to make sure we have in there is notification, that both the board of these associations receive a copy of these reports, and also the owners of these whoever is going to be buildings that are going to be inspected, that the owners are made aware of these inspections, and now things are done online, so we can make it available to them, and that they have an opportunity to review and understand what's going on in their homes, and quite frankly, for most people, their biggest investment that they make in their lives. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss, and again, to your point about the level of efficacy of our professional staff and their enforcement, I never go to sleep, first of all, worried that whether it's building, zoning, whatever the department is, that a request is made, whether it's from us as a board member or constituent, that it's overlooked or not responded to. And I don't mean to point fingers, and that's not our role here today, but there was an email at one point from a constituent in Surfside that talked about an adjoining jurisdiction with their tractors and hitting the building as they were building in North Miami Beach. And whether it was the building official in Surfside or somebody else said, what do you want me to do? Or there's nothing to be done. That's the kind of mentality that disregards the laws that are put in place. Again, not to point fingers, but I never have that concern about this government and the professionals that work within it. And Commissioner Weiss was talking about that, and we do appreciate the efficacy and commitment that you guys put into the enforcement of our regulations and laws. Again, I think this all comes back around to making sure our enforcement procedures there are statutory changes that need to be made, and that's becoming very evident. But thank you for your continued commitment to enforcing the rules that are in place now. Commissioner Sachs, you're recognized, then we'll go to Commissioner Marino.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And I agree with my colleague, Commissioner Weiss. But let me add just a couple of things to what you said, Commissioner. The day after this occurred, on June 25th, I wrote a memo to our administrator. And I said we need to have a task force, a committee, a group of the best in our county to make sure this never happens in Palm Beach. Now, why was I so afraid the day after this occurred? Because I worked on the condominium law with my colleague, Senator Bogdanoff, for 2 years in the Senate, just to get sprinklers and to make sure that our elevators and all the condominiums in this state were inspected and approved so that people felt safe. It was not easy. So what we're all working against, as you know, is 718, the condominium law, which gives to volunteers, as you so aptly said, Mr. Weiss, gives to volunteers the opportunity to opt out of using their reserves for important structural, to a roof or to make sure that the swimming pool is taken care of. And if they don't, many times, as we know, those of us who work within this area of law know that they will be voted out of office and they'll get other directors for that condominium building who will not have to spend their money on making sure that they're safe. I have always felt that the responsibility for safety, for the public safety, lies in government. When I cross the street, I know that light is going to work. Not because of the engineer who put it in, but because of my government who make sure that that light works, that intersection light works. When I push a button in an elevator, I know it's going to get me up and down because of the safety, public safety, that is really the number one obligation of government. So in this regard, Mayor, I have felt strongly since the day after this occurred that we need to, in this county, have an audit of our buildings. Some of our buildings were built in the 60s and 70s. And since that time, I'm not saying they were built wrong or in a different way, but since that time, we've had hurricanes, we've had climate change, we've had rising seas, and what we need is we need to know that our structures are safe, whether it's a school, whether it's a condo, whether it's a building, a commercial building. And I think that that lies within government. So that our real estate market in condominiums, let me tell you something, we're suffering right now from anyone wanting to get involved in a buying or selling of a high-rise condominium in the state of Florida. It's kind of scary. And I can see why. So I think that it is our obligation as a government to, one, take an audit of how many buildings we have here that could or that have not been, or according to the professionals, may be subject to structural defects or electrical defects. And it's going to cost money. But how much money I don't even want to, I get emotional to think about what happened at Surfside. So with that in mind, as I said on the day after this occurred, let's think about, people need direction from us. I know that the village of Palm Beach, the council wants to move forward on an ordinance, but they're waiting for direction from the county. This is our county. These are our buildings. These are our people. I think it is an obligation. It behooves us. It's prudent for us. It's wise. It's our responsibility. At least take an audit. See how many buildings we have out there that may be subject to review. Let the professionals take care of who takes care of the structural defects. I think we need some damn good engineers. We need lawyers. We got to change the laws. Yes. We got to change the laws. We can't do everything without it. We need insurers. Citizens Property Insurance is the insurer of last resort for all those buildings east of I-95. And people say, well, we don't want as a government to take responsibility or liability for these. Well, guess what, folks? Citizens Property Insurance is founded on the state of Florida. So when we lose buildings, we have a loss of assets. Liability falls on the taxpayers because of Citizens Property Insurance. Nobody else wants to insure those buildings. So maybe we do need to take a look, do an audit first. Let's take a look and see what we have in this county, and then let's address that issue with lawyers, with engineers, with architects, with insurers, fire marshals, to get a plan as to how we move forward after that. And that's what I would suggest, recommend, propose at this time. But I think the buck stops right here at local government to protect the people of our county.
And to Commissioner Sachs's point, Mr. Wise, it sounds like this government has already undertaken steps to really embrace an audit and a full evaluation of the structures within the entire boundaries of this county. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, the map in your packet, the map in the PowerPoint was the first start at that. It obviously needs to be refined further. We're going to continue to work on that. We're extracting as much information as we can from the database of all the permits issued by the county over the last 50 years.
And I think that's an excellent point, Commissioner Sachs, that we continue down that road and not to give board direction prematurely, but a clearer picture of what this, because we are not Broward and we are not Dayton. I don't say that with any moral undertones. We are just a different county with different types of structures and ways of life and populations and demographics. I think this board and this county would like a clearer picture of the micro level details of what we're dealing with. Commissioner Marino, then Commissioner McKinley.
Thank you. Regardless of the reasons for that building coming down, we're all sitting here today because we realize we need better practices going forward. Ironically, on 9/11 of this year, I was in the 9/11 memorial in New York City, and also had the opportunity to speak to a structural engineer in the state, in New York, and I believe, Doug, you received a copy, Virginia received a copy. I forwarded a copy of the New York City building code and how they do their inspections. And, you know, there's 5 boroughs, and if we're going to look for best practices, we need to go to areas that have them in place. And, you know, you may think that New York City isn't similar to us, but, I mean, Hurricane Sandy is quite evident that they have the same weather we do. They just have a lot more cold than we do. But the businesses, the houses, the condos, the commercial buildings, it's a menu of different items. It's not, you know, three stories might be a good starting point, but what if it's 3 stories? I'm sorry, we have over 3 stories. We have 3-story structures here that are not well built. So it really has to be a menu of different items. How old is it? How well was it built? Where is it? What is the wind direction hitting it? As you know, as was indicated yesterday, it was the northeast section of the building that had more wear and tear than the southwest section of the building. So obviously, weather patterns are also indicative of what has to be done. But we as a board, obviously, what you're getting from us is, as a board, this is a very important time in our government to be looking at best practices and procedures for certification, knowing who is going to be responsible. If I were a condo owner, I would never volunteer to be on the condo board. I'm sorry, I hate putting it out there so loudly and boldly, but you know, it's always, where does the buck stop? And at this point in time, we really don't know where the buck stops. But as government that puts in place rules and regulations, it is our responsibility to make sure that everybody out there is safe. That is one of our main responsibilities. As Maria said, public safety, that's number one. And as Greg said, you know, best practices. So I would encourage us, before we try to reinvent the wheel, find where there are best practices that we can incorporate into what we do. And I want to say thank you to, I know Michelle DePotter is here from the Associated General Contractors. Matt Ledger was in the room from the Realtors Association. Richard Radcliffe, thank you for being here. We do have so many involved people, and just we as a board just want to make sure that we are all involved in the process. This is not something we want to do quickly. We do want to do it quickly, but quickly sometimes means inefficiently. So this needs to be taken seriously and thoroughly, and using best practices that are available to us. And I do have more New York inspection. You know, they have a whole way of doing this, and it's not just one inspection every 40 years. It's, you know, it's a continuous with different types of how do you pass your inspection. You know, is it that you pass your inspection, but we know that in a year or two you're going to need to do something, and there's a whole litany of things. So we can't just be running into this blindly. We need to do best practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Marino. And just a gentle reminder that if you did want to make public comment on this item, please be sure to submit a speaking card to member county staff. That's the only way that I will know to be able to call on you. Commissioner McKinley, and then we'll go back to Vice Mayor Weinroth.
Thank you. I want to go along with something that Commissioner Weiss said, and Commissioner Weiss, you brought up a good point about making inspection reports, anything that we do put out there, making those inspection reports available to the owners. I would further add that you make it available to the tenants. Just because an owner knows about a problem doesn't necessarily mean they're putting it to their tenants when they go and they lease that apartment, and the tenant should have some rights as well. And Doug, I'm not sure, I'm not comfortable with the idea of just filling out a form. I think that's just pushing paper, and I don't think it gets to the heart of the problem. And you're having to depend on a volunteer to fill out that form and to file it, and I don't know, it's just a piece of paper. I'm not one for preemptions, obviously, but in this situation, I mean, we can talk about doing something here at the local level, but this needs to be done statewide, because if a couple other counties decide not to do anything and something catastrophic happens in those counties, everybody's insurance rates are going to be affected. And so this is not something, I think we learned this lesson in the Uber conversation, not that, you're crossing county lines. You can't regulate it from one county to the next. There are some things that need to be regulated at the state level. And this is something that needs to be done at the state level, with a caveat, if we want to be able to make it a little bit stricter, we can, but it doesn't sound to me like there really is much at the state level, Doug, or am I missing something here?
No, there's nothing at the state level that I'm aware of. That's why we're suggesting that statutory changes are going to be needed. I think the Florida Building Commission needs to look at this, the legislature needs to look at this and come back with answers, and obviously this board needs to look at us, and this is why we're asking for your direction.
My direction would be to do what Commissioner Marino has suggested and look at some of those best practices around the country, and let's craft some model legislation that we can work with the various associations and get everybody's input and make this a statewide effort. Instead of having Miami-Dade has their thing, Broward has theirs, Hillsborough, Jacksonville, Pinellas County, Sarasota County, Manatee County, anywhere that traditionally has those high-rise buildings. This should not be a piecemeal county-by-county effort.
I can reach out to the Building Officials Association of Florida and see. I've been so busy on this here locally, coordinating the local groups, trying to meet and bring forward paperwork. I did get your paperwork. I distributed that to the group that met, so they have copies of the New York City information, but yeah, we can do that. We can reach out to the state associations that we work with routinely. I think everybody's still reeling from the recent preemptions that came down the pipeline that affected every building department in the state, which were pretty painful.
Okay. In the meantime, is there a way we can send a letter to all of the different condo associations just of some suggested things that they should look for, and alert their engineers or alert their owners or something? I don't know. I have not had coffee today. That they can, let's give them suggestions of things that they should be looking for in light of what we've seen, and let them be a little proactive while at the same time we're working on crafting some model legislation.
Yes, ma'am. There is a memo that was originally generated by the town of Palm Beach. It was emulated by Riviera Beach, and it's a beautiful memo, and we were discussing that at length. And I apologize, it probably should have made it into your packet, but it basically is a notice that gets mailed out by the community to the building owner. And so they're sending those out now talking about their responsibilities under Florida Statute 718 for the maintenance of the building, and if something goes wrong, the liability that they're taking on, I guess. So, I mean, it was really a well-crafted letter. So it's signed by the fire marshal and the building official for the community. So that was shared with the group, and I think everybody kind of was of the consensus they were going to go back and send the letters in their jurisdiction. If so directed, I'll go back and send that letter to everyone we can identify in our community.
Okay, and we're not just focused on residential, we're also focused on the commercial buildings.
Commercial too, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinley, Vice Mayor Weinroth, and then to Commissioner Sacks.
Thank you. Doug, I think you need to reserve one of the chairs at the table for the insurance industry.
Okay.
ISO certainly is going to be watching what's going on here. We realized after Andrew, the insurance companies headed out the door. That's why Citizens was generated, because there was no capacity. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of these condos facing non-renewal or significant premium increases their next cycle. So we need to get them at the table to understand what standards they look for going forward, because they are really a unifying presence over everybody within the state. And if they're not satisfied that we're doing what needs to be done, they have the building code effectiveness grading schedule. And if we are not cutting the mustard, we are not going to have coverage. And if there ain't no coverage, the citizens is not going to have the capacity to do the coverage on all these condos. And it's not only just the primary insurers, it's the reinsurers in London who are probably watching this and saying, we're out of here. So one condo collapse and the whole market may be disrupted. So we need to have them at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Sacks. Then we'll go to public comment.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I think that since you're all looking for direction, I would propose, and I don't know how to do this pursuant to the rules on the commission, but I would propose that we pull together a group of the best and the brightest, including, of course, Citizens Property Insurance and other insurers, but also lawyers, because when we send a letter out telling a condo association that they have certain requirements or rules that may lie outside of Florida Statute 718. I think we're, from a county, I think we should have some lawyers review that letter. And I'm looking at our county lawyer right now, and I'd like for her to give her opinion. But I think that we need to pull together a group of who you think would be the best for direction on how you should proceed, because of one, we need to give assurance to all people, whether they're shopping in a big department store or whether they're living on the 13th floor of a 20-story building, that here in Palm Beach County, they are safe. They're safe. And in order to do that, we need to, when the audit, and you've already begun on the audit of all the buildings here in the county, and then with this group of structural engineers, lawyers, insurers, people, fire marshals, people who can come together and assure the structural integrity of a building, then give us direction on the county board as how we should proceed. Do we have the authority to condemn a building based on this review? And if so, how should we proceed? I think that would be an appropriate direction to give to you as to how we should proceed at this time. And yes, there are best practices. It's called Pinellas County, it's called Jacksonville, it's called the Panhandle. We've got a lot of coastline in this beautiful state. And I think that when it comes to Florida real estate, we define condominium living. So I'd love to be one of the first in the 67 counties to show how we go forward now post the tragedy that happened. So that's what I would propose, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sacks. We're going to move to public comment, but just to sort of crystallize the issues a little bit in terms of direction, it sounds like the board wants to continue the audit and mapping process, which seems to be going very effectively at this point. I think we would like you to continue the building official, fire marshal, municipal leadership, sort of clearinghouse that the county is sort of spearheading and getting everyone together along with the League of Cities. And then I'm sort of inferring here, but this is what I'm taking away. Commissioner McKinley brought up a hodgepodge, first of all, a total vacuum of state statutory direction or laws on what needs to happen at this point. And then she brought up a hodgepodge of county, or the concern about having a hodgepodge of county ordinances and lack of clarity and consistency in that. One thing that hasn't been mentioned, which rings very loudly in my mind, is that, again, not to point the finger, but this was a very small municipality, I'm sure with a very small level of institutional knowledge in terms of how many people are on their staff. You have Miami-Dade as this overarching metro government, but it didn't happen in their jurisdiction. It happened in Surfside. And Commissioner Marino brings up New York City, that, say what you want about it, maybe not a bastion of personal freedom, I don't know, but it certainly has a population larger than, I think, the 3-county area of Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach. It's going to be pretty close, but it's 5 boroughs, which are 5 counties under one government, and there's some value in having that consistency. And look at the buildings that they have, look at the intensity that they have, and pretty good safety record when it comes to ensuring the safety and viability of those buildings. What I think one direction this board may want to consider giving is allowing our government, and through you guys, to serve in an assistive capacity to the smaller jurisdictions that have a majority of the larger buildings in their jurisdiction. And that is not a swipe at any municipality in this county, but what it is recognition that there are probably 10, 11, 12 different governing jurisdictions within the coastal communities of Palm Beach County, starting from Boca, on the large scale as a city, and West Palm, to mid-size like Jupiter and Boynton Beach, to smaller ones like Highland Beach, and to Cuesta Riviera Beach is sort of a larger jurisdiction as well. There is a hodgepodge of governments trying to manage and get clarity on a larger issue. I think one thing that we can help with is assisting those governments, whether it's in an enforcement capacity or serving as that clearinghouse. Let's continue to be a resource for those jurisdictions that is consistent with our charter's power, which is limited, quite frankly. So as we go into public comment, I think we'll keep those ideals in mind. And we'll start with our Representative Joe Casello, who we're delighted again to have us have here today. And then we'll go to, I think it's Bruce. Tuman. How do you spell that? Tuman. Tuman. All right, very good. Are you a doctor, sir? Are you a doctor? Okay. All right, well, close. All right, Representative Casello, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner. You've all made some valid, good points, and you're absolutely right. There is no legislation on the books that I know of in Tallahassee that covers the subject matter that you're talking about today. Commissioner McKinley, you were right on point. This is not going to be solved by patchwork ordinances, rules, regulations, policies. It's not going to be done. I can tell you right now that this is going to be solved up at the state level in Tallahassee. We've already been given a heads up about this with Speaker Sproul sending out a memo. I'm on the infrastructure committee up there saying be prepared to travel. I take that to mean that we're going to do some inspections of the cities that have been mentioned, maybe even on the West Coast. We have 1,200 miles of coastline here in Florida, many covered by these high rises you talk about. My concern is, and Commissioner Sachs, you mentioned it, and you passed some great legislation up there, is sprinklers and elevator safety, and appreciate that. But I can tell you right now, as we stand here, there are high rises in Miami who are grandfathered in who do not have sprinklers in them. Okay? And it comes back to the state, to the argument of these HOAs, the powers that they possess. Okay, I was an HOA president, a condo association. I was an HOA president for many years, and I can tell you, it's not a position that you mentioned, Commissioner Marino, that you'd want to be in. This job is a lot easier. Let's put it that way. So there's been legislation talked about being filed. Senator Pizzo up in the Senate has mentioned that he's ready to file that legislation, and I believe Representative Geller in the House. So it's going to be the main conversation up there. Unfortunately, it takes a tragedy like Surfside to happen. We get more reactive than proactive, but it's good to see that Administrator Baker has taken on to be proactive, get ahead of the curve here in Palm Beach County. But I can tell you, my opinion, and many of you have been up to Tallahassee, you know how it works up there and how difficult it is to get things passed because of different groups pushing and pulling at different ends of the spectrum, from insurance companies to structural engineers to HOAs. All constituents, all voters. So hopefully we grasp this in Tallahassee and take, in consideration of what's happened and what could possibly happen in the future. But as Commissioner Wentworth said, it can't be a knee-jerk reaction. We've got to take in all the things that make this equation what it is. Best practices is a good way to start. I can tell you that working with the League of Cities and Mr. Radcliffe over there, we've got to have a place at the table. As the saying goes, if you don't have a place at the table, you're on the menu. So I think that we can come up with some great ideas here in Palm Beach County. Hopefully we can take those at Tallahassee and incorporate it into the bigger plan with some teeth in it up there as far as laws and policies. So I thank you for that. I'm available. I'm glad I came today to hear some of these ideas, great ideas. Let's put them on paper. Let's get them up to Tallahassee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and I can assure you that through this body and through our legislative affairs team that working through this process, we'll have legislation that we think is commendable and ask our local delegation to carry it, and hopefully Palm Beach County can be a thought leader in policy making, and that can be brought to the state capitol.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Tooman, you're recognized, sir, for 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Tooman, Tooman Engineering Company, 752 Lake Wellington Drive, Wellington, Florida. I incorporated back in 1987 in Florida, specialized in fire protection, forensic, and civil engineering, along with consulting with life safety issues, ADA, and code-compliant issues. I personally assess hundreds of structures and facilities on behalf of the property insurance industry and owners. In our county, I've been involved with a major computer company, large shopping centers, and high-rise residential buildings. I also was elected official, City of North Lauderdale Commissioner in Broward County. So I can relate to you guys wanting to help. However, good intentions may be misguided. First, while we all pray for those involved with this catastrophe, we do not know what caused the collapse. In my experiences, it's probably a multiple issues. So why not address the current Palm Beach County ordinances that were updated earlier this year? Like section 104.6.1 in part says, where a building official has reasonable cause that the building is unsafe, he can act. Section 115.1 in part, whenever a building official finds dangerous or unsafe, the building official is authorized to issue a stop work order. And 116.1 in part, unsafe buildings shall deemed taken down or removed or made safe by building officials deemed necessary. And 116.1.1 in part, when the building official determines a building structure to be unsafe, you got to notify the people. Well, before you create new ordinances and new stuff, why don't we enforce what we already have in the book, which apparently you guys are doing already. Second, maybe the building code itself is an issue. Your ordinance, section 101.3, intent. The purpose of the building code is to establish the minimum requirements and to provide safety to firefighters, code officials, and emergency responders during emergency operations. However, how does hurricane shutters provide safety to our brave firefighters? Who should design our buildings? Architects and engineering teams, or governments and the installing contractors? I recommended to the Florida Building Commission that we should keep it simple, adopt national standards. No, instead they created a politically developed prescribed code, which intent is to establish the minimum requirements. Now, back in the 80s, an engineer for a high-rise in Key Biscayne bragged about his foundation pilings that extended deeper than what the code required. He said, if the key was washed away, our building would be on stilts. More recently, with a hurricane that caused major damage to New Mexico Beach in our panhandle. One owner bragged about his beachfront home that suffered minor damage. Why? Because they exceeded the code. Finally, what happened to the property insurance carrier for this building that collapsed? While the board of directors may be easy scapegoats, and maybe for good reasons, where was the underwriters? Where was the licensed community association manager, licensed by the state of Florida? And where was the local officials? More government may
Sir,
not be...
Your time has expired.
Well, okay.
Your time has expired by 12 seconds. There may be some questions from members of the board. I don't see any at this point in time. We do appreciate your comments, and we'll certainly lean on you in the future for some more advice. We have Mr. Radcliffe from the League of Cities, and then we'll finish up public comment with Michelle DePotter from AGC.
Yes, Richard Radcliffe, Executive Director, Palm Beach County League of Cities. For the record, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. When Ms. Baker called me on a Sunday, I was surprised and shocked because that's happened before, but it's not often. And she asked me about, she told me what was happening, and we said, yes, we have an issue. So we immediately, and she said she wanted to meet this week. So we put I came into the office on a Monday and you said, don't do anything. And she let me know later Monday we're going to put together the committee, because my issue was we've done this before. And what I have to do is give you the confidence as a commission to let the process begin. The league has done this before in conjunction with the county. We did this with FEMA flood maps. We did this with school concurrency. We did this with water taxis. And it's a simple process. You put the smartest people in the room, the people that work for the cities, not that are doing this and not that there's anything wrong with doing it for a living, but you put the smartest people in the room, you get them together, and you let them do what they do. We've had 2 meetings so far. Our chair is Kim Glass Castro, who is a planner, assistant city manager for Palm Springs. She's done a yeoman's job. They've had 2 committee meetings already. I've been humbled. I got to watch my time. I've been humbled by the experience of those building officials. To have 30, well, there's not 39 because some people work for more than one, but to have the varied experience, and whether they're working from a small city or working with high rises, they all bring a wealth of information. What we need to do, there are our brightest, there are our smartest, like school concurrency. We keep them together, let them bring out a recommendation, let them bring things to you. You have to make them politically palatable. At the point with FEMA flood maps, they realized things weren't working. We had to go legislatively. They brought it out. We worked with Todd, and the maps got withdrawn with FEMA flood maps. But it came out of that core. It's a technical subcommittee process. So I just wanted to assure you, I know you want answers, but they're moving quickly. They're actually working on it with a drafting committee and going to have a meeting, and I think it's 2 weeks. So a lot of things are happening, but you have to trust. You have some brilliant people there. I was so humbled to be in the room with those people. But it's a process that you have to protect and make sure that it works. And you will make the recommendations, as will my board. I'm going to bring it on the 22nd. But I appreciate the process, and we've done it before. We're going to do it again.
Thank you, Mr. Radcliffe. You timed it perfectly, as always. Michelle, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Kerner, and good afternoon, Vice Mayor Weinroth, Commissioners, Ms. Baker, and Council. I appreciate the opportunity. I've drafted a few comments here that I'd like to make from our association regarding the collapse in Surfside and as it relates to the item before you here today. For over 100 years, the Associated General Contractors of America has stood for skill, integrity, and responsibility. Today, the association and we, the Florida East Coast chapter, continue to promote those values. For that reason, and quite simply as good citizens, the members of the Florida East Coast chapter fully support the ongoing effort to determine the root causes of the disaster and to engage as stakeholders in conversations with this great team you have assembled here and you all as elected officials and how it relates to Palm Beach County. The potential causes are many, and certainly they include everything that falls within the broad and complex fields of design, construction, and maintenance. And in all likelihood, the causes are more than one, which we're hearing each day. Understandably, the public is uneasy, and it will remain concerned until the causes are clear. Determining the causes will, however, take time. The Florida East Coast chapter encourages you as respected leaders of the community to counsel patience. Everyone wants a greater sense of security, but no one wants a false sense of security. Nothing would be worse than new legislation that does not actually provide more protection. As the investigation continues, the association also encourages the relevant agencies continue to act in all manners available to them to conduct inspections and enforce the codes and other requirements intended to protect the public from this kind of disaster. While it provides no solace indeed for the grieving relatives and families of those that are deceased and perhaps those that are still missing, and the community must do everything within its power to support them, there is something good here, and that is that this kind of event is exceptionally rare. These are difficult times for all of us in the construction community and you as elected officials and the public in general. Every day the media seems to take us in a different direction, as well as there are many expert theories out there as to what happened. Everyone certainly is going to find it difficult to be steadfast and to remain calm and to give the investigators the time they require to reach results that are both meaningful and actionable. But it's going to remain important for everyone to do so. As the investigators continue their work in Surfside, and certainly when they reach their final conclusions, AGC would be more than pleased to lend its expertise to the government at all levels, whether it's here locally or at the state level. As designated as a stakeholder by Palm Beach County, our General Counsel, Adam Linkhurst, and I would like to thank you, Ms. Baker, for moving along these conversations, as I understand it, the direction of you, Commissioner Sachs. And while I have your attention, thank you for the work that you did in the state legislature on condo laws. We did discuss that in this group. But anyway, what I just wanted to say is thank you for giving us the opportunity to sit at the table with the other stakeholders, with Doug Wise, Mr. Rudder, Ramsey, and everybody else that was involved, whether it was WebEx or in person. And just real quick, to Mr. Radcliffe, wow, you can pull together everybody quickly. There's no doubt about that. And when either you or Ms. Baker calls, we jump into action. So we look forward to continuing to work together as a group of experts that you deem appropriate can come together to discuss this and do what's best for Palm Beach County. Ultimately, we hope that the AGC Florida East Coast chapter can support everyone at the table. Thank you.
Thank you on behalf of the board to you and your members of the organization for the continued support and input in the governance of this county. So that will conclude public comment. I'd like to continue to clarify the direction. We have given some direction previously, but I want to get the board's input on, I don't think today's an appropriate day to say that we're going to do a mandatory recertification in our jurisdiction, but would we like to direct staff to continue to evaluate and bring some product back? Is there any objection to that?
Mr. Mayor?
You recognize, Mr. Vice Mayor.
You know, I don't think, and we've all understood the fact that we're not going to know the cause of this collapse maybe for years, and I don't think we can wait for the final decision on what causes there were. I think we should all agree that there is a need for recertification. This collapse has identified a problem. The fact that our counties to our south, both Broward and Miami-Dade, saw fit to have a recertification process, I think we should take this not being totally reactive, but let's be a little proactive and say, this identifies an issue, and I'd like to see us go forward with the planning for recertification, whatever that's going to be, and to also address whether we want to place this on the ballot in '22 to make it a county-wide ordinance. Right now, as you've alluded to, we have limited power over the municipalities, whether we are going to have an ordinance that's going to cover the municipalities and unincorporated. We can certainly look to the cities to embrace what we're going to try and do and voluntarily accept what may be put together by our experts. But I think it might be more appropriate to consider whether we would want to put this on the ballot at some point, and '22 certainly would be the most appropriate time, that it would be a county-wide ordinance to have a unified recertification program for our county. So I'm hoping that today, if nothing else, we can agree that recertification, excuse me, is necessary. And I'd also like to, make a point of saying that the commissioner from Miami-Dade was very appreciative of what we did on their behalf. sending our firefighters down there.
He's filibustering himself. And at some point, I would like Ms. Baker to give further comments, give some clarity and comments on what this county has done in terms of assisting Miami-Dade County and Surfside with our fire rescue and other divisions. We'll wait for Vice Mayor Weinroth to return. Ms. Baker, while we have a free moment, would you mind giving us an update on what the county has provided in assistance to the town of Surfside and Miami-Dade County in a general sense?
Yes, I can definitely do that. There is a system set up through the state when a tragedy happens in one of our communities. There's a system in which you put in request assistance, and so they did, and we did respond. And I have a cheat note here to make sure I didn't leave anything out, and can't find it. However, we did send some of our. Oh, here we are. We did send our fire rescue regional incident management team that we deployed for the Surfside building collapse recovery efforts. We left on Monday, July 12th, that group, and we'll be down there for at least 5 days, and then they'll let us know how much further. In addition to that, our Public Safety Division of Victim Services also responded to Surfside. We received a request June 27th through the Florida Crisis Response Team, and we activated our group, and they went down. Several of our victim services staff that are certified FCRT members acted in the capacity of navigators at the Family Assistance Center, helping families and survivors access services. And so we still stand ready if additional assistance is needed for counseling, because we know that's definitely going to be needed. And I also know that Chaplain, our firefighter Hurd, which is our chaplain, also along with others went down to provide counseling to possibly our firefighters or their firefighters in our recovery team, because they're going through a very traumatic situation right now, and so we want to make sure that we're providing all the assistance necessary.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. On behalf of the board, thank you, Chief Duran, to you, your department, men and women that have so courageously responded and provided actual support and mental health support and rescue support. Commissioner McKinley?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on that, Ms. Baker. Please, and Chief Duran, make sure that when our men and women are returning from Miami-Dade County, that they're all being debriefed, and that includes our victim services staff as well, not just our firefighters.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, we had some commentary regarding moving forward on mandatory recertification. I don't know that we'll get, it's the confines of that ordinance or that government regulation that I think would sway this board, yes or no. I can tell you, Vice Mayor Weinroth, that it's certainly something that I support, but it's really the devil's in the details, and so I'd like this process to continue, and I think that's the general consensus of the board on recertification. Perhaps we're headed in that direction, but let's develop this a little bit more. There was also some requested direction with regard to statutory changes. I think we've given our thoughts on asking legislative affairs along with this team to continue evaluating that and eventually bring something back to this board. But I'm open. The floor is open. But I'm very encouraged by what I've heard today. We've heard some strong statements about what won't happen in this county. Certainly, nothing is guaranteed. But I take a lot of pride and comfort in our enforcement mechanisms that are currently in place. I'm delighted and encouraged to see the unity of vision and spirit of cooperation between the municipalities and the county government and the other organizations that are stakeholders on behalf of the residents of Palm Beach County, and certainly remain proud of this government for where we've come from, where we're at, and where we're headed. Commissioner McKinley?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify something. Just want to make sure that nobody is misunderstanding that I'm not suggesting that we wait for the state to do something. Since we're talking about firefighters, let's talk about that cancer presumption issue that we had. There was legislation that was filed in the legislature, so they had a first stab at it. And for several years, that legislation went nowhere. And at that point, we said, well, if they're not going to take care of it, then we'll take care of it. And we did it here on the local level, and then the state ended up following suit. I think that the state should have the right of first refusal, so to speak, on putting together some model legislation across the state. If they don't do it, we need to be prepared to act locally. But I think the best practice would be to do something standard across all counties, but if they don't do it, then we'll take action locally.
Was there any interpretation that we wanted you to not move swiftly but deliberately through this process?
No, and that would be the only follow-up point I would ask of the board. Certainly there's a lot of work that we're seeing that needs to be done. If the board's comfortable coming back to you in a month or so, give us that period of time to refine this, pull some more data, and coalesce some of these ideas, if that's a time frame the board is comfortable with.
With the understanding that the efficacy of enforcement that has been going on for generations
Will
in this
change.
county will not abate. Commission, let me recognize the administrator.
I hear you. We will continue to work with our stakeholders, that's the municipalities as well as industry, continuing to pull data mine and pull this information together, come up with a resolution. But in the meantime, I would also like the board to give us authority to work with legal, as Commissioner Sachs recommended, on the letter, just encouraging people within the unincorporated area, because that's the authority that we have. If you're over a certain story building, then you need to, we strongly encourage you to start looking at your buildings and doing reviews. And pretty much stop short of demanding, because we don't have a mandatory ordinance in place. But I think everybody's looking at it. Honestly, I've seen a few people out and they've come up and said, we're going to start looking at our buildings. So I think the message is out there. It is giving them a warning that we really need to start looking at it. So if this board wants, in addition to continuing with our teammates to move the county forward, working with legislative delegation so they're involved and then they'll know what challenges we're looking at, and serving as the Florida Association of County Managers president recently. I don't have enough to do. That is an issue that I will also bring up to our county managers when we have our call as well. But I'd rather start this cake baking here in Palm Beach County first, so that I'll have something to share. And I think staff, publicly, I want to say thank you very much. I want to say thank you to Richard for taking my Sunday call, and also to Michelle for stepping out of her meetings to talk to me in trying to pull all of this together. So I think we've made some progress. Hopefully it's in the direction, and what I'm hearing, you're satisfied with the direction we're going in. So we'll continue down that road in addition to the letter, and working with our other partners, which is the property appraiser and tax collector, when it is time to work with them as well.
Very good. We're going to continue commissioner comments, but just to ensure no lack of clarity on the direction of the board thus far. Very good. Absolutely. Commissioner Sachs and Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor. I, again, too, want to thank everybody, and also want to thank Ms. Baker for taking my call on that weekend. And I absolutely agree, before this county sends any letter out, that we get lawyers in to take a look at it. And I love the way that we are doing it the Palm Beach County way. We talk about preemption. We talk about the state taking a long time to take care of our firefighters. We talk about the state taking 10 years in order to ensure the safety of children in child care vans. When we did it first, we stand up as Palm Beach County. We are doing this now. We are taking an audit. We are moving forward with letting people know that our county staff is working towards making sure that everyone Whether you live in a condo in Century Village in West Boca, and you step out in your balcony, which you made a point very good of, Mr. Weiss, that balconies are as well suspect to making sure that we make sure that they're safe, that we are covering everybody, and I absolutely agree. I like the way that we're taking this direction. We're moving forward, proactive. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for putting this all together and giving us direction.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs, for those comments. We'll go now to Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. Just as it relates to the letter, I think, and to the extent it would make sense that probably, if it really is about best practices and what the requirements of board officials are, it may make sense to get it to a wider group of condominiums and building owners throughout the county, rather than just the really large ones as well, just so people are aware of what they should be doing and what they should be looking for. It's not a mandatory thing, but educating people is never a bad thing to do, and sometimes we can't assume that everybody has the same information. To the extent that can be shared and made available to as many people where it's appropriate as possible.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. I think that concludes direction from members of the board on agenda item 6G1 as amended. Thank you on behalf of the board and the people of Palm Beach County for being proactive, being effective, for the work that's been done and the work that will be done in the future. My plan at this point on behalf of the board is to take a brief recess until matters by the public, which does not require a quorum, but certainly I will return at 2 o'clock, and any member of the board is welcome to participate in matters by the public, but we have some very large agenda items that I'd like to especially set at 2:30. Is that fair? To give the members of the board a chance to at least eat something before we delve deeper into the budget. So we're going to do public comment at 2, and then we'll reconvene as the board to take up the budget items and the ARP issues and a litany of other issues at 2:30 on the dot. Is there any objection from members of the board on that plan? All right, the board will be in recess until 2 o'clock for matters by the public. Thank you.